Committee will come to order. Well, good afternoon. Welcome to the 118th Congress. The committee will come to order for its first meeting of this Congress. A quorum is present. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare a recess at any time. I'd like to thank all the returning members and all the new members of this committee. We have several items on the agenda today. First, introducing our new members of the committee on both sides of the aisle. Second, approve both the Republican and Democrat naming resolutions for subcommittees. Third, adopt the committee rules of procedure for the 118th Congress. And fourth, adopt our committee's authorization oversight plan for the 118th Congress. But first, the chair recognizes himself for 5 minutes for an opening statement. As I said earlier, I want to welcome both new and returning members alike. We know there are ideological differences between our sides of the aisle. We also know that passionate and spirited debate is a tradition of this committee and of the House as a whole. There have been times where we've agreed and worked together on major issues, and the committee's done very well at that, and that's very good. And there are also times when we've disagreed and voted accordingly. Well, disagreement is certainly a natural part of debate and current politics. But it is critical that when we do have policy disagreements, we do not allow them to lead to personal animosity. Our debates should be substantive, worthy of this institution, and the American people who sent us here to work on their behalf. Each of us represents a unique constituency with different opinions, goals, and priorities. Every member of this committee deserves respect and civility, and I expect we'll give each other just that. To that end, I want to level set what members can expect from me as chair. As chairman, I intend to enforce the rules and traditions of the House as well as those of this committee, and I'll do so fairly and impartially. At least that's my goal. House rules require that I maintain decorum in this committee. I take that responsibility seriously and will vigorously enforce those rules. It's my intention that when a quorum is present, we will start the proceedings. Now, turning to markups, it's my intention to modify the practice of rolling votes. Some of you may be happy with that. Some of you may grumble with that. Instead, when possible, we should vote once debate on a measure has concluded. My hope is this will yield more productive debate and be respectful of members' time. Now to the committee's agenda for this Congress. We know we have different views on many issues under our jurisdiction, but this committee has a long-standing record of bipartisan cooperation. I hope that will continue this Congress. To my Democratic colleagues, if there's an issue that interests you or a problem you want to address, let's talk. I can't promise agreement or a successful outcome, but I think we'll be better for the engagement. I can promise that my door will always be open, and where we can find common ground, I'm committed to finding a solution. Divided government can yield bipartisan legislative outcomes, and that's what I'll seek whenever we can. Advances in technology have benefited consumers, but they've also created gaps in our laws, especially when it comes to consumer financial data. We must modernize and strengthen our existing protections under Gramm-Leach-Bliley to ensure consumers control their data. Second, digital assets. Gary Gensler's regulation through enforcement isn't protecting consumers. Americans have lost billions of dollars in digital assets to bad actors on his watch. It's our job as legislators to provide clear rules of the road for this technology, and those clear rules of the road need to protect consumers while allowing innovation to thrive here in the United States. And I think we can achieve that balance. This is why I've created a subcommittee on digital assets, chaired by Congressman Hill. Finally, enhancing capital formation opportunities, just as we did a little over a decade ago with the Bipartisan Jobs Act under a Republican House, a Democrat Senate, and a Democratic president. It's my hope we can build on that success. Republicans will also return the committee's attention to responsible but rigorous oversight of the executive branch, as is our constitutional duty. After 2 years of House Democrats giving the Biden administration a pass, Republicans will ensure rogue Democrat regulators stay focused on their statutory mission and congressional intent rather than bowing to progressive activists both here and abroad. You can expect to see Chair Gensler and Director Chopra here often. Let me conclude with this. The next 2 years of policy will set the terms of debate for the next decade. Republicans are ready to deliver with solutions to foster innovation and create economic opportunities for all Americans. It is my hope that we can achieve those goals out of this committee in a bipartisan way. Thank you all again for being here. Now, next, I recognize myself for a point of personal privilege to introduce our new members on the Republican side. We have 11 outstanding freshmen joining, or new members joining on the Republican side of the aisle. First, Dan Muser. Actually, I'll ask you to hold the applause. How do we do that? All right? You can applaud for yourself, though. First, Dan Muser represents Pennsylvania 9. Dan brings to this committee a wealth of experience as a successful businessman and former Pennsylvania Secretary of Revenue. His background in finance will be of great value to our work. Scott Fitzgerald, representing Wisconsin 5. Scott is a veteran with a history of public service. His business background and leadership experience as the majority leader in the Wisconsin State Senate makes him a great addition to our team. Andrew Garbarino represents New York 2, a lawyer with a passion for his home state and, frankly, everything Long Island. Andrew brings a record of public service, including 4 terms in the New York State Assembly. Young Kim represents California 40. Young is a small business owner and devoted community leader. She has served her Orange County-based district in both the California State Assembly and now in Congress. One bit of information for those of you who've been here for long enough. She previously worked for a member of this committee, Congressman Ed Royce. Byron Donalds represents Florida 19. Byron is a former state representative and former chair of the Florida House of Representatives Subcommittee on Insurance and Banking. Before coming to Congress, Byron held a Series 7 license. Mike Flood represents Nebraska 1. As a business owner and a former speaker of the unicameral in Nebraska, Mike brings a dedication and track record of diligent work to grow his home state's economy. Mike Lawler represents New York 17. A lifelong resident of New York's Hudson Valley, Mike brings a history of public service to our ranks. He served as deputy town supervisor and a member of the New York State Assembly. Zach Nunn represents Iowa 3, a combat veteran and Iowa State Senator. Zach brings an experience in cybersecurity and technology that will be of great value to us here in Congress, and he'll probably not stop talking about both farmers and insurance. All right. Monica De La Cruz represents Texas 15. Monica brings over 20 years of small business experience to this committee, including running a successful insurance agency. She has a strong commitment to her community as well as being a champion for the American dream and working class families. Aaron Houchin represents Indiana 9. Aaron is a former small business owner and brings a wide array of experiences and knowledge from her 8 years in the Indiana State Senate. And Andy Ogles. Both Andy and Aaron are at the kids' table at the very far end. And given my size and their distance, you probably won't see me during your service on this committee. All right, on to Andy. Okay, sorry. Andy Ogles represents Tennessee 5. That was not part of the script, sorry. Andy Ogles represents Tennessee 5, a successful mayor of Maury County, Tennessee. Andy brings a background as an entrepreneur and small business owner that makes him an excellent addition to this committee. So welcome to the committee, new Republicans on the committee. We're grateful to have you and encourage you to talk with our counterparts across the aisle, and let's work together for America. And with that, I recognize the ranking member of the committee, the former chair, Ms. Waters, for a point of personal privilege to introduce her members, and then 5 minutes for any opening remarks that she may have.
Thank you very much, Chairman McHenry. I appreciate the opportunity to take upon a personal privilege to welcome our new Democratic members. First, I would like to welcome back our committee, to this committee, Congressman Stephen Horsford of Nevada. Mr. Horsford previously served on our committee in the 113th Congress, and I'm pleased that he's able to join us once again in this Congress. Mr. Horsford is a dynamic leader and was recently named chair of the Congressional Black Caucus. During his time in Congress, Mr. Horsford has worked on various issues within our jurisdiction, from consumer protection to ensuring that every American has access to adequate housing. Next, I would like to welcome Congressman Wiley Nickel of North Carolina. Mr. Nickel was a staffer of Vice President Al Gore and President Barack Obama. In addition, he previously served in the North Carolina Senate. I'm sure that he will be a strong advocate for housing policy, including expanding access to affordable housing, and that he will be interested in working to put forth legislation that will help to bring down the cost of living for Americans. And finally, I would like to welcome Congresswoman Brittany Pedersen of Colorado. Ms. Pedersen previously served in the Colorado Senate and will be well-positioned to work on areas related to affordable housing, student debt relief, and access to capital for rural and underserved communities. Ms. Pedersen serves in the congressional seat held by our very own Representative L. Perlmutter. And I trust that continuing the tradition of having a Coloradian here on this committee will be a great asset to the issues that we cover in our jurisdiction. I again want to welcome all of our new members to the Financial Services Committee, and I look forward to working with each of you in this Congress. I would like to extend this point of personal privilege to congratulate Mr. McHenry on becoming the new chair of this committee. I've enjoyed working with you in your capacity as ranking member of the committee, and I have no doubt that we will continue to work well together in the new Congress. I'm particularly proud of the way that we were able to work in a bipartisan manner on key issues like crowdfunding, Export-Import Bank, TRIA, and stablecoins. In fact, we were able to pass 37 bills under suspension last Congress. Our committee is tasked with legislating and overseeing issues that are of critical importance for our constituents, and I know the gravity of their trust in us weighs heavily on you as it weighs on me. So I look forward to seeing your leadership in action, and I look forward to discussing how we can make real progress and how we can continue to find more areas for common ground. And now, my opening statement. I will now turn to my opening statement for today's organizing meeting. Today, we will be formally establishing our subcommittee leadership and membership. After a committee Democratic caucus meeting this morning, I'm very pleased to be able to put forth the Democratic naming resolution for this Congress. We have a formidable slate of members, including subcommittee ranking members, who are coming into this Congress with passion and a willingness to roll up their sleeves and get things done for our constituents and our great nation. So I congratulate these members and look forward to their contributions in our committee. Today, we're also marking up the rules that will govern our committee for the remainder of the Congress. Unfortunately, committee Republicans have made several changes to the rules for the 118th Congress, and I'm not only deeply concerned with them, but fear will lead to severe consequences and immense harm for members on this committee, as well as consumers and underserved communities all across the country. Let's start with the elimination of the historic Subcommittee on Diversity and Inclusion. 4 years ago, in 2019, when I assumed the chair, I decided to create this subcommittee to tackle the glaring disparities in the financial services industry. Under the leadership of my friend and former subcommittee chair, Joyce Beatty, we made unprecedented changes to the financial services industry. We ushered in real, lasting change for women, communities of color, and minority-owned and women-owned businesses. But the work is far from over, and that's why I'm deeply disappointed in my Republican colleagues for coming to the conclusion that diversity and inclusion issues simply aren't important enough to prioritize anymore. While Chairman McHenry has indicated that diversity and inclusion would be specified as part of the jurisdiction of each subcommittee based on these rules, he's fallen short of that initial commitment. The bottom line is that a diversity and inclusion strategy with no tangible goals, accountability measures, or a senior point of contact cannot be expected to result in any significant impact. Next, let's talk about the new provisions in the rules resolution that add restrictive budgetary requirements for legislation considered by the committee. These new provisions will ultimately make any new spending that much harder to pass, including new spending for battered, measly, affordable housing. And that's a top priority for me. No, to mention that they will pave the way for even more tax cuts that are inevitably tilted toward the wealthy and profitable corporations. Under these new rules, so many of the crucial and bipartisan legislation that Democrats led to expand housing in our communities would have been subjected to a point of order under the new cut-go rule. While the same cut-go suggests that it saves money, it does the complete opposite. What's more, cut-go has historically worked against expanding opportunity economic growth. In fact, the last time the House imposed cut-go was under President Trump, when Republicans passed a costly $2 trillion tax cut, all of which was added to our national debt. Today, we will also be marking up the Republicans' Authorization and Oversight plan, which broadly sets forth the committee's agenda for the year. Again, I'm disappointed with this document. There are many very key issues that are completely or mostly overlooked by this plan, including homelessness, the affordable housing crisis, and diversity and inclusion. There's not even a single mention of inflation. These are many of the issues that I've heard the chair say that he cares about, but the words on these pages do not reflect those sentiments. Democrats will be offering amendments to try and fill in the gaps in this plan in an effort to ensure key priorities do not fall through the cracks. So I thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Well, I thank the gentlelady from California. If other members wish to submit opening statements for the record, they may do so now. And we'll now consider the matter on today's agenda. But first, the chair would like to go over today's schedule for planning purposes. It's my intention as chair to give guidance for committee members for their schedule, and the intention of the chair at the beginning of every markup, if possible. We're expecting 2 vote series today, the first just being called about 15 seconds ago on the floor. And the next is at 4:30. We have 2 votes here. It's the chair's intention to go as far as we can until we need to recess for the first vote series. So I think we've got another 10 minutes before we'll have to do that. So it's my intention to go through as much of this as we can possibly do, our business today. After the 4:30 vote series, we'll immediately come back, at which time we're going to work until we finish the organizational meeting tonight. And as I said, the chair's intention is to vote as we go along in the process. The first order of business is appointment of members to subcommittees. I now call up and recognize myself to offer a naming resolution appointing Republican members to the subcommittees, copies of which were distributed in advance. The clerk will report the resolution.
Resolution offered by Mr. McHenry.
Without objection, the resolution will be considered as read. The previous question ordered, the resolution agreed to, and the motion reconsidered is laid upon the table. I now call up the resolution offered by Ranking Member Waters appointing Democrat members to the subcommittees, copies of which were distributed in advance. Clerk will report.
Resolution offered by Ms. Waters.
Without objection, the resolution will be considered as read. The previous question ordered, the resolution agreed to, and the motion reconsidered is laid on the table. If everything were that easy for the rest of the Congress, fantastic. Now, pursuant to Clause 2A of House Rule 11, it's in order to consider the committee's rules of procedure for the 118th Congress. Pursuant to notice, I now call up the resolution providing for the rules of the 118th Congress, copies of which have been distributed in advance. Clerk will.
Resolution offered by Mr. McHenry to adopt the rules of the Committee on Financial Services pursuant to Clause 2, Rule 11.
Without objection, the resolution shall be considered as read and open to amendment at any point. The chair recognizes himself for 5 minutes to explain the changes. The resolution before us today adopts the committee's rules from the last Congress as the committee's rules for this Congress with a few differences. First, under Rule 3, there are a few new budget points of order against bills and amendments. There's a new point of order against increases in mandatory spending in the current year, the budget year, and the following 5 and 10 years without an equal offset. This just codifies the new House Rule 21, or as we know it, CUTGO. There are also new points of order against similar increases in discretionary spending and authorizations of appropriations without corresponding decreases, as well as prohibitions on the use of such sums and requirements that we sunset all new authorizations. These budget points of order are simply codifications of current House rules and the Majority Leader's protocol. Including these in our rules will help us do our business on the front end in committee rather than reporting out bills that have no chance of moving either under a rule or on the suspension calendar. Second, just like every previous chair and every committee ever, I have priorities. That should be of no surprise. I believe establishing a digital asset, financial technology, and inclusion subcommittee will allow this committee to build on the work of Chair Waters in the previous 2 Congresses with the FinTech and AI task forces. This is the first digital assets subcommittee in Congress, and I think it's a serious priority for our committee and something we should work on together. As I said in my opening remarks, we must provide clear rules of the road for the digital asset ecosystem and harness the benefits of financial technology. In doing so, we can reach underserved communities, keep innovation in this country, and protect investors and consumers. Finally, there are a number of small conforming changes, such as incorporating Clause L of Rule 11 of the Rules of the House, which set out the notification requirements for including minority, dissenting, or supplemental views in committee reports. We will be busy this Congress, and I will make clear the timing for all views as we file these reports. Is there further discussion or amendment to the resolution?
Mr. Chairman,
I recognize Ranking Member for 5 minutes.
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report. Do all members have copies of the amendment?
Okay. Amendment number 1.
Mr. Chairman.
The Vice Chair, Mr. Hill.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to reserve a point of order on the amendment.
Point of order is reserved. Have all members received the amendment? Sure. For members' awareness, we have 366 not voting, 9 minutes on the clock. So we'll recognize if all members have copies, we'll recognize the ranking member to describe her amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. On January 26, Chairman McHenry put out a press release with the headline, and I quote, "McHenry announces financial services subcommittee chairs and jurisdictions for the 118th Congress," quote unquote. In that press release, he laid out a summary of each subcommittee's jurisdiction with bullet points, and each summary included one bullet on identifying best practices and policies that continue to strengthen diversity and inclusion in the sector relevant to that subcommittee. So I was disappointed to see that the rules did not integrate diversity and inclusion to each subcommittee's jurisdiction in the way that his press release previewed. Instead, diversity and inclusion is included in a general statement about what each subcommittee may do, not things they will do. I, for one, preferred the approach outlined in the chair's press release. So this amendment would take word for word the language from the chair's press release and add to the jurisdiction of each subcommittee in the rules in the same manner that the press release did. If we're eliminating the historic subcommittee on diversity and inclusion, I think the least we can do is ensure that the issues do not get ignored. And I believe the approach Chair McHenry initially took in his announcement is a better way to do that. So I applaud the chair for the thoughtful language that he has drafted. I urge my colleagues to support the chair's language by supporting this amendment. This amendment would also require the committee to track witness diversity by asking each witness to fill out a survey to voluntarily identify their race, gender, sexual orientation, whether or not they are a veteran, and whether or not they have a disability. It would also require the committee to publicly report the data and share the raw data with the ranking member. Under my leadership and the leadership of Diversity and Inclusion Subcommittee Chair Beatty, this committee blazed a new trail in bringing attention to diversity and inclusion issues. This included the committee's informal protocols in place to track witness diversity and publicly release that data. The Speaker's office allowed the committee's lead and followed the committee's lead and began a house-wide initiative to track witness diversity. Under Republican leadership, it is unclear if the House Office of Diversity and Inclusion will continue this effort. We heard it said time and time again in Diversity and Inclusion subcommittee hearings last Congress that that which does not get measured does not get done. Tracking witness diversity data is the bare minimum that the committee should be doing if the chair is serious about ensuring diversity and inclusion do not fall to the wayside this Congress after the elimination of the Diversity and Inclusion Subcommittee. Witness diversity tracking and reporting holds the committee accountable and helps to ensure that everyone has a seat at the table. So I urge members to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. I appreciate the ranking member's amendment. As members know, we are limited to 6 subcommittees on this committee. The chair made a decision to create a subcommittee on digital assets, financial technology, and inclusion. We have a new asset class. Americans have lost billions of dollars in digital assets to bad actors. There's real consumer harm here. As a committee, we should go after financial risks where we see it. This is a focus that I offered for this committee as chair, setting the agenda. And I think there's real promise in the digital asset ecosystem. If we get this right, we can reach underserved communities and have a beneficial impact economically. As the previous chair, as the ranking member Waters, as chair, new chair, she set her priorities for the committee. When she eliminated the Terrorism and Illicit Finance Subcommittee and replaced it with the Diversity and Inclusion Subcommittee, that was the chair's prerogative in the direction and agenda of the committee. And then how she spread that jurisdiction to other committees was, again, the majority party's decision. As far as the details of where we find ourselves in the rules, I would commend to members on page 18 of the rules package. And I would commend to them section 5A3, which gives the review that each subcommittee shall review and study on a continuing basis application, administration, execution, and effectiveness of those laws or parts of laws, the subject matter of which is within its general responsibility, and go into further detail about the issues that they can confront, including the priorities of the former chair for this committee. We've included in general context for the items we wish to review. That touches all subcommittees and the full committee. And so our colleagues can talk about their priorities as they see fit, but it was the chair's intention to focus on a $1 trillion asset class that pre the last financial crisis didn't exist. So it's important that we have a specialized effort with a subcommittee to focus on digital assets. Finally, as far as witness tracking, I was not aware that the committee had practice to track such data. I was not made aware of this until actually the last month, that was the practice of the majority when they're here. It was not the practice of Republicans on our side of the aisle to track witnesses in such a way. It is not the intention of the chair to track that type of information or ask those types of questions. And so with that, I urge members to reject the amendment and now anyone seek recognition. We now...
Point of personal privilege, I seek, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I think I had another minute on the clock, so I'm happy to yield.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Does someone wish to yield you time? We've got 2 minutes on the floor, so we've got another 5 minutes
I
before
just
we
want
have to
to
leave.
bring to your attention that
I'm sorry. Will someone on your side,
All right.
yield you time?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes. But will the gentlelady from New
Strike the
York
last word.
moves to strike the last word?
I yield
Gentlelady's
to Ms.
recognized. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I did not eliminate the terrorism subcommittee. If you recall, I created the National Security Committee that Mr. Cleaver and Mr. Himes both led. I just want to put that in the record. Thank you.
Ms. Velasquez's time. She yields back.
Chairman, I yield.
Any further debate? Any Republicans seek recognition? Actually, at this point, why don't we recess votes, and when we have a quorum that's present back here, we can continue to transact business. With that, the chair calls a recess. Committee will come to order. We'll resume consideration of the committee's rules for the 118th Congress. Does anyone else wish to be recognized? Hearing Mr. Hill.
Mr. Chairman, if there are no other amendments to the amendment or discussion, I withdraw my point of order.
Gentleman withdraws his point of order. The question now occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. We're all rusty. Let me try this again. All those in favor of Ms. Waters' amendment say aye.
Aye.
Usually good to make eye contact when you do that. All those opposed, no.
No.
The opinions here, the noes have it. If the noes have it, the amendment is not agreed to.
Request a recorded vote.
All those in favor of recorded vote, please raise your hands. Sufficient number having arisen, a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill. No. Mr. Hill votes no. Mr. Lucas. No. Mr. Lucas votes no. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Sessions votes no. Mr. Posey. No. Mr. Posey votes no. Mr. Luptemeyer. No. Mr. Luptemeyer votes no. Mr. Huizinga. Mr. Huizinga. Mrs. Wagner. No. Mrs. Wagner votes no. Mr. Barr. No. Mr. Barr votes no. Mr. Williams of Texas. No. Mr. Williams of Texas votes no. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Loudermilk. No. Mr. Loudermilk votes no. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Davidson.
No.
Mr. Davidson votes no. Mr. Rose.
Rose votes no.
Mr. Rose votes no. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman votes no. Mr. Muser. Mr. Muser votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Garbarino votes no. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim votes no. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes no. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Lawler votes no. Mr. Nunn. Mr. Nunn votes no. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz votes no. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes no. Mr. Ogles. Mr. Ogles votes no. Ms. Waters.
Aye.
Ms. Waters votes aye. Mrs. Velasquez. Aye. Mrs. Velasquez votes aye. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Scott.
Aye.
Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Lynch.
Aye.
Mr. Lynch votes aye. Mr. Green.
Yay.
Mr. Green votes yay. Mr. Cleaver.
Aye.
Mr. Cleaver votes aye. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes. Mr. Foster.
Aye.
Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty.
Aye.
Mrs. Beatty votes aye. Mr. Vargas.
Aye.
Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer.
Aye.
Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Caston.
Aye.
Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley.
Aye.
Ms. Presley votes aye. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford votes aye. Ms. Talib. Ms. Talib votes aye. Mr. Torres. Mr. Torres votes aye. Ms. Garcia.
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes aye.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Nickel. Mr. Nickel votes aye. Ms. Pedersen.
Aye.
Ms. Pedersen votes aye.
Have all members voted? If the clerk will please go back and call the names of members who are not
Mr.
recorded.
Chair, how do you vote?
Oh, I jumped the gun. My apologies to the clerk. The chair votes no.
The chair votes no.
Have all members voted? And actually, the clerk will go back and call the names of members who are not yet recorded.
Mr. Huizinga. Mr. Huizinga votes no. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes no. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes no. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes no. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Meeks.
Meeks votes aye.
Mr. Meeks votes aye. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer.
Is there any member who's not voted or wishes to change his or her vote? If not, the clerk will report. Maybe.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 21.
Barely. Mr. Sherman, how do you wish to vote?
Mr. Sherman votes aye.
By the skin of your teeth.
22 to 27. Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 22 and the nays are 27.
A majority of members having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. Does anyone else wish to be recognized?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized. Do you have an amendment at the desk?
Yes, amendment at the desk.
Clerk will, we'll pause.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Hill,
I'd like to reserve a point of order on this amendment.
point of order being reserved. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment offered by Mr. Caston. On page 7, line 9, insert, provided that each measure that is marked up by the committee must be verified to comply with 6A by a score from the Congressional Budget Office.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and congratulations on your new role. Looking forward to serving with you. As a as a Gen Xer, I want to thank the majority for getting Marty McFly, Biff, and the whole gang from Back to the Future 1985 back together, because we are going back to 1985, and specifically the trickle-down economics of 1985, when we had the fiction that tax cuts pay for themselves. That's what the transition from pay-go to cut-go does. And apparently we're going to ignore the massive deficits that were run up under Reagan, some of which were undone by George H.W. Bush. We are going to ignore the $2 trillion hole that the Trump tax cuts put in our budget. But we are going to prioritize the neediest among us, at least if they are corporations or the ultra-rich. Now, that's your decision.
Gentlemen will suspend.
You're in the
Committee will come to order. The gentleman deserves to be heard. This is our first opening act, so let's at least show each other a little bit of respect here. Gentleman is recognized.
Now, look, thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's your preferences. You said you have your policy priorities. There's a structural problem that we are also putting those cut-go rules at the committee level. Now, it would not be hard for any of us to contemplate that there are scenarios where your own priorities would be best paid for in a different committee of jurisdiction, but we can't do that. So effectively, putting this in this committee's rules is ceding power of this committee, I guess, to the Rules Committee, because unless we can pay for something, we're going to defer to someone else. I would like to see us maintain our power on this committee, but again, if that's your decision, that's fine. However, if it is your desire to weaken this committee, you got the votes to do it. If it is your desire to pretend tax cuts pay for themselves, evidence for the last 30 years to the contrary notwithstanding, you have the majority of the votes to do it. I'm simply asking for accuracy, because as it sits right now, the Congressional Budget Office, who we both trust to do nonpartisan scoring, typically does not score bills until after they are referred to the floor. So for us to comply with this rules package as written, we are not going to have the benefit of nonpartisan budget scores. And so all this does is says, you've got your policy priorities, fine. Let's at least be having a conversation on this committee that is not informed by any more partisanship than has to be, that is informed by facts, and says, if you are going to hold these cut-go rules at the committee level, which I think is a mistake, but if we're going to do that, let's make sure that we get a score from the CBO before having that conversation. It's a simple amendment, and I hope that my colleagues would all support. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Arkansas, the Vice Chair, Mr. Hill, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I strike the last word. Listen, I appreciate my friend from Illinois' amendment. I can't say I appreciate his characterization of playing fast and loose with some of his statistics, but we'll save that for another day. But I think the ranking member can attest that we can't bind CBO to a date certain. That's just not how it works. And you point out that you think the House rules might be a structural problem. But in fact, your proposal is a structural problem. It's impractical because of exactly the facts that you outlined, which is the Congressional Budget Office does not supply a cost estimate until after a bill is reported from the committee. And so that's why we have our point of order that's designed in the House rules that keeps with our leader's protocol that has, in fact, that members are to provide an offset when they propose a bill that requires new discretionary or mandatory spending. That is transparent. It's in the House rules. We in this committee are simply complying our rules with the House rules. So I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment as it is not practical and it's also structurally, as my friend describes it, problematic. And I yield to the chair for his comments.
Well, I thank my colleague for yielding. What we've tried to do is conform committee rules with the House rules. And the reason why we have made this point of order is so that we can try to resolve these issues within our jurisdiction. It is a limiting factor on both the majority and minority of the committee. It has equal power on both of us, and I acknowledge that as chair. But I wanted us to deal with this issue in committee rather than going to the Rules Committee or hoping other jurisdictions are going to bail us out of the decisions we make here. I know there's a firm desire among some to increase federal spending in certain areas, and this puts a damper on that. I acknowledge that. But we are entering an era of constrained federal budgets with a difficult capacity for us to pay. With record income to the federal government, we've outstripped it with record deficits in recent years. So we have a lot of work to do on a bipartisan basis to take those things on. As far as tax cuts, the Ways and Means Committee believes that they're the best committee in Congress. I know some members of this committee want to be on Ways and Means. I would counsel you against seeking that fool's errand of that other committee. We can get stuff done here. You can still have debates about tax cuts or tax increases all you want on the House floor. Let's try to stick to our knitting here in committee and try to get something done on a bipartisan basis. So I appreciate the gentleman offering the amendment, and I yield back to my colleague.
I yield back to the chair. Thank my friend.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment?
I would move to strike the last.
Ranking member is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Caston raises a valid point about the purpose of putting this cut-go provision into our rules. It is unclear how this is a helpful addition in any regard if we're not expecting to have a score from CBO at the time that we mark up legislation. This amendment simply provides an objective way to enforce this cut-go provision that Republicans have added. Now, let me be clear. I do not support cut-go, but the only thing worse than cut-go is this ambiguous version of cut-go. So I support Mr. Caston's amendment and urge my colleagues to support it as well. I yield back.
Is there further discussion? Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Davidson of Ohio is recognized.
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I just don't think we should accept as fact things that are thrown out there like the Tax Cut and Jobs Act didn't work and don't work. Federal receipts I'm looking at right here is reported by the Federal Reserve were less than $3 trillion in 2017. At the end of 2017, we passed the Tax Cut and Jobs Act, and last year, at the end of 2022, federal receipts were well over $4 trillion. So people can hypothesize about what they might have been. We clearly were disrupted by COVID. And in spite of that massive disruption to the labor force in all of our markets and many states keeping their economies closed for far too long, damaging families, local economies, livelihoods, businesses, and all sorts of other things, our Democratic colleagues only wanted more spending as if revenue doesn't matter. So I don't know, since they believe in modern monetary theory, why they believe they should waste time collecting taxes. If deficits don't matter, why even collect taxes? But the reality is, since we do collect taxes, and we did pass the Tax Cut and Jobs Act, we know that we collected over $1 trillion more in revenue after the Tax Cut and Jobs Act passed. And again, as you pointed out, Mr. Chairman, it is not the jurisdiction of our committee, but nevertheless, as we look at the impacts on our economy and on inflation, the only way to cover these massive deficits is when the Federal Reserve grows its balance sheet. And it's grown to over $9 trillion now, roughly $9 trillion. So it's driving inflation. This is effectively the capitalism committee, and we ought to celebrate what works rather than pretend that it does not. And with that, does anyone else need time? I'll yield back. I'll yield to Mr. Hill.
I just would echo my friend and say that revenue is a 77-year high as a percentage of gross domestic product. Revenues have never been higher, and yet we're confronted with the president's own budget that's proposing $1.5 trillion deficits each of the next 10 years. And so that's why I think House Republicans are so concerned about this and pushing down to the committee level. Well, the real work of Congress gets done, the chance to have these discussions when those legislative proposals are right in committee and make each member responsible for justifying the proposal that they submit. And as I say, I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment, and I yield back to my friend from Ohio.
I yield to the chair.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion? Mr. Lee, oh my gosh, Ms. Presley, oh my goodness. My apologies. The gentlelady from Massachusetts.
Thank you.
Ms. Presley is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense amendment. I'm sorry, move to strike the last word. I urge my colleagues to
Gentlelady's
support this common sense amendment, and I yield my time to Mr. Caston.
Thank you to Ms. Presley. Look, there's a rich conversation we can have about optimal tax structure. It's not the jurisdiction of this committee, and it's not the substance of my amendment, but I would ask the chairman and Mr. Hill, if you're so inclined, I agree that asking the CBO to score this is cumbersome. That process, however, is created by the structure of this rule in the first instance. And so my question would be, you've said that it is up to members to do the score. Can you be more specific about which members will have that authority? Can I score my own bill? Are we going to defer to majority staff, a consensus of majority minority staff? As we all know, scoring legislation is not a precise science. And so what is the process that we as members of this committee should be contemplating if we are going to go through and comply with
Is
the
the gentleman yielding?
CBO is a neutral agency. I'd be happy to yield to Mr. Hill, yes.
I thank my friend. Look, this is, I said, this puts the burden on the members to really recognize and think through carefully the legislative proposals they bring to the committee and identify ways to offset them if they are shifting spending, either mandatory, discretionary in one direction or another. It's not scoring your own bill. It's providing a discipline to you to think through where you're going to offset spending in one other area because your idea that you believe so strongly in is of a higher priority. And I think that's a very good discipline for members, because for too long, members have gotten off the hook by putting in their legislation such sums as determined, and this makes members really think through their ideas in detail and offering a, quote, offset to new spending ideas they have. And I yield back to my friend.
Well, I guess that's fair, but those of us as members have experience doing that with the Congressional Budget Office. These bills are complicated. If we are to be working through this, to whom should we make our inquiry as we say there are some interesting, complicated issues here? What is an appropriate set? What is the history? The CBO knows how to do that. Are we going to invent a whole new discipline within this committee? Who should we be speaking to?
Is the gentleman asking me to, are you yielding to me for a Wikipedia-type answer on this?
No, I would like the answer, because the reason we propose CBO is not because CBO is efficient, it's because CBO has those skills.
Yeah,
And
well,
if we are going to
CBO, is the gentleman yielding?
Well, if we're going to recreate those skills on committee, I'd like to know who has that so that we can work with them effectively.
No, well,
because it would
is
be
the gentleman
problematic if it
is the
was part of-
gentleman yielding?
Yes, I'm willing to yield.
All right, thank you so much. Well, look, you can continue to work with CBO for guidance in your idea all along your legislative work, but the problem is they don't score a bill till after the committee has had its will on it, taken amendments and sent it in final form and referred it to the House. But you can certainly work with the experts at CPO to perhaps give you those parameters around which you could identify spending offsets or revenue increases to support your idea. Yield back to my friend.
Well, it strikes me that this whole process is impractical, but I urge a yes vote on the amendment, and I yield back to Ms. Presley.
You yield back. Or could you yield to me? Ms. Presley, could you yield to me?
I yield back.
Does the gentlelady
yield to
wish to
Mr.
yield
Sherman,
to
or did
Mr.
you yield
Sherman? Or yield it back?
I yield back.
Yes.
Gentlelady yields back, Ms. Presley yields back. Any other members seek
I
recognition?
move to strike the last word.
Any other gentlemen recognized?
I'm trying to understand how this new rule is supposed to work if one's proposal is to, for example, increase investor protection and fund that by an increase in the corporate tax rate. Are we locking into the rules of this committee that the only way to pay for something is through cutting something rather than cutting the ridiculous reductions of taxation that were enacted under the Trump administration? Do we have a built-in bias, supposedly in favor of reducing the deficit, but actually countenancing, saying that you can never do something good for the American people or the American economy and fund it through taxation, which is how we fund everything else? And so I would yield to whoever is the author of this provision to explain what the proponent of a measure is supposed to do before this committee. What? Mr. Chairman, I would yield to you if you can explain how this is supposed to work.
Well, I thank my colleague for yielding. It has been evident for us in making the committee rules that we want to conform to House rules. So this puts the obligation on us to find the pay-fors within our jurisdiction, not take a bill that does not conform with House rules out of this committee that is unpaid for, at which point we then hand it over to the Rules Committee to make the decisions. I'm trying to domicile these decisions within our jurisdiction. So if you wish to increase spending, you need to find offsets within our jurisdiction. It is a very straightforward, a very straightforward set of
Reclaiming my
rules.
time, we have jurisdiction over the Fed. I assume that we could
And
direct
if the gentleman will
Fed-
yield,
Yes.
the creativity of Dodd-Frank was such that you didn't have a pay-for CFPB, so you wave the wand, and all of a sudden, the Fed pays for CFPB. So you did this when you were in the majority of finding pay-fors within this jurisdiction to fund massive new spending. So I don't think this is going to be an enormous constraint on my Democrat colleagues, but the intention is to constrain this committee so we can bring it back into fiscal discipline. That's the
Thank you
goal.
for complimenting our creativity and for informing the committee members one
If
way.
the gentleman will
to
yield, please
finance.
do not share that with former Chair Frank. That would do a great disservice to both he and I politically, I'm sure. Gentlemen, yield back.
He's good. I yield back.
I thank my colleague. Any other members wish to discuss the amendment? All right, does the gentleman from Arkansas insist on his point of order?
I withdraw my point of order. There are no more amendments no more amendments to this amendment or discussion on this amendment.
The question now occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Members on. Gentlelady requests a recorded vote. All those in favor of a recorded vote, please raise your hand. A sufficient number having arisen, a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill. Mr. Hill votes no. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Lucas votes no. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Sessions votes no. Mr. Posey. Mr. Posey votes no. Mr. Lukemeyer. Mr. Lukemeyer votes no. Mr. Huizinga. Mr. Huizinga votes no. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes no. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer votes no. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes no. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes no. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson votes no. Mr. Rose.
No.
Mr. Rose votes no. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes no. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman votes no. Mr. Muser. Mr. Muser votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Garbarino votes no. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim votes no. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds votes no. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes no. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Lawler votes no. Mr. Nunn. Mr. Nunn votes no. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz votes no. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes no. Mr. Ogles. Mr. Ogles votes no. Ms. Waters. Ms. Waters votes aye. Mrs. Velasquez.
Aye.
Mrs. Velasquez votes aye. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Meeks votes aye. Mr. Scott.
Aye.
Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes aye. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes yea. Mr. Cleaver.
Aye.
Mr. Cleaver votes yea. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes votes aye. Mr. Foster.
Aye.
Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty.
Aye.
Mrs. Beatty votes aye. Mr. Vargas.
Aye.
Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer.
Aye.
Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Caston.
Aye.
Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley.
Aye.
Ms. Presley votes aye. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford votes aye. Ms. Talib. Ms. Talib votes aye. Mr. Torres. Mr. Torres votes aye. Ms. Garcia.
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes aye.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Nickel. Mr. Nickel votes aye. Ms. Pedersen.
Aye.
Ms. Pedersen votes aye. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman votes no.
Have all members voted? If the clerk will go back and call the names of members who are not recorded.
Mr. Williams of Texas votes no. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner.
Is there a member who, is there any member who has not voted or wishes to change his or her vote? If not, the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 23 and the nays are 28.
A majority of members having voted against the amendment, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments?
I have an amendment. Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
We'll pause while the amendment is distributed.
Mr. Chairman?
Gentleman from Arkansas.
Gentlemen, I would reserve a point of order on the amendment.
Gentleman reserves a point of order. All members have a copy of the amendment? Do all members have a copy of the amendment? The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment number 2, offered by Rep. Waters. On page 4, line 8, strike static.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read. The gentlelady from California is recognized for 5 minutes in support of our amendment.
Thank you very much. As I understand it, there's supposed to be some information on the screens, I see. As you can see on the screen right now, both screens, these are some of the examples of dynamic displays that Democrats utilize for past hearings. Democrats supplemented the debate with these types of slides to help illustrate key points. Former Republican Committee Chair Jeb Hinterland started the practice of utilizing dynamic displays by putting up a scrolling picture of the debt ceiling clock. Unfortunately, the new committee rules put forth by the chair eliminates the ability for members to utilize dynamic displays. Republicans and Democrats have both utilized dynamic displays, but perhaps not as effectively as we have. It appears Chair McHenry would prefer to take this tool off the table rather than competing with our slides. I do wonder why the chair is so concerned about the use of dynamic slides. Republicans are generally known to be strong proponents of free speech. So I urge members to take a look at the slides on the screens now to see the kinds of things we will be missing out on this Congress under these rules. My amendment would ensure these types of dynamic displays can continue to be utilized this Congress. So I see no reason why this type of speech should be stifled in this committee. So I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Sessions, seeks recognition. The former chair of the Rules Committee. Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment directly contradicts House rules. Clause 6 of House Rule 27, looks like, prohibits the use of dynamic displays as exhibits. And I would ask that this committee really understand that if we look at the House floor, the Speaker has not and will not allow this rolling or dynamic exhibits while members are speaking. And I think it's important for us to remember that this is important for members to be personally responsible for everything that is said and exhibited on the floor. I think it's there for decorum purposes. I think it's there so that we properly deal with each other, as the young chairman noted up front. It's okay to talk about things. Free speech is one thing, but you're personally responsible when you're on the floor. And I think that anything you present should not be static and would not violate this. And so given that rule, 1A of the committee adopts the rules, I would say this amendment should be rejected and not accepted, and I want to yield back my time.
And if the gentleman will yield.
I would yield.
Well, I thank the former chair of the Rules Committee, who knows the ins and outs of the House floor and House rules. I would say to the ranking member, I was on the committee when we put in place this amazing screen that's in front of us. And for those that are watching online or in their offices or trying to, I don't know what they're trying to do, but they're watching us. You have a massive screen in front of us. You can't see it on TV. When witnesses testified, you couldn't see the screen behind them on TV, but members could see it here. I didn't enjoy the look of the TV then, when Republicans were in the majority and they installed it. I enjoyed it less when Democrats controlled it, for the very reasons why the ranking member said what she said about the presentation. It's my intention to not use this screen when we have testimony at the full committee level. And so that's an announcement I'd like to make. And having sat on this committee for the, 8 or 10 years that we've had this big screen, I never liked it. And so, as chair, that's the one thing I can do is at least turn it off, right? But my commitment there is I'm going to turn it off for both Republicans and Democrats, and we'll have to suffer with just talking to each other. With that, I yield back to the former Rules Committee Chair. Does the gentleman yield back? Gentleman yields back. Any further debate on this amendment? Any other member seek recognition? If no another member on his gentleman from Arkansas insists on his point of order.
I withdraw my point of order with perhaps a point of personal privilege. Could we have the screens on during March Madness? Could we do that?
There'll be no
I
joy.
withdraw my point.
There'll be no such joy. The question now occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
I request a recorded vote.
The ranking member requests a recorded vote. All those in favor of recorded vote, please raise your hand. Sufficient number having arisen, a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill? Nope. Mr. Hill votes no. Mr. Lucas? No. Mr. Lucas votes no. Mr. Sessions? No. Mr. Sessions votes no. Mr. Posey? Mr. Posey votes no. Mr. Luetkemeyer? No. Mr. Luetkemeyer votes no. Mr. Huizinga? Mr. Huizinga votes no. Mrs. Wagner? Mrs. Wagner? Mr. Barr? Mr. Barr votes no. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer votes no. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes no. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes no. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson votes no. Mr. Rose.
No.
Mr. Rose votes no. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes no. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman votes no. Mr. Muser. Mr. Muser votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Garbarino votes no. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim votes no. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds votes no. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes no. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Lawler votes no. Mr. Nunn. Mr. Nunn votes no. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz votes no. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes no. Mr. Ogles, I'm sorry. Mr. Ogles votes no. Mrs. Waters. Miss Waters votes aye. Mrs. Velasquez. Mrs. Velasquez votes aye. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Meeks votes aye. Mr. Scott.
Aye.
Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes aye. Mr. Green. Mr. Green.
Aye.
Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Cleaver.
Aye.
Mr. Cleaver votes aye. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes votes aye. Mr. Foster.
Mr. Foster votes no.
Mr. Foster votes no. Mrs. Beatty.
Mrs. Beatty votes aye.
Mrs. Beatty votes aye. Mr. Vargas.
Aye.
Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer.
Aye.
Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Caston.
Aye.
Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley.
Aye.
Ms. Presley votes aye. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford votes aye. Ms. Talib. Ms. Talib votes aye. Mr. Torres. Mr. Torres votes aye. Ms. Garcia.
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes aye.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Nickel. Mr. Nickel votes aye. Ms. Pedersen.
Aye.
Ms. Pedersen votes aye. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman votes no.
Have all members voted? Mr. Williams?
Mr. Williams of Texas votes no.
Have all members voted? Any member not voted or wish to change his or her vote?
Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 21 and the nays are 29.
A majority of members having voted against the amendment, the amendment is not agreed to. Is there further discussion on the resolution? If not, without objection, the previous question is ordered. The question now occurs on approving the resolution. All those in favor of the resolution say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no? No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The resolution is agreed to.
It's a recorded vote.
All those in favor of recorded vote being requested, all those in favor of recorded vote, Please raise your hand. A sufficient number having arisen, a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll. Yes.
Mr. Hill votes yes. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Lucas votes yes. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Sessions votes aye. Mr. Posey. Mr. Posey votes aye. Mr. Lukemeyer. Mr. Lukemeyer votes aye. Mr. Huizinga. Mr. Huizinga votes aye. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes aye. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Williams of Texas votes aye. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes aye. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes aye. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson votes aye. Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile votes aye. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman votes aye. Mr. Muser. Mr. Muser votes aye. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Garbarino votes aye. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim votes aye. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds votes aye. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes aye. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Lawler votes aye. Mr. Nunn. Mr. Nunn votes aye. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Ogles. I'm so sorry. We have lots of practice. Ms. Waters. Ms. Waters votes no. Mrs. Velasquez. Mrs. Velasquez votes no. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman votes no. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Meeks votes no. Mr. Scott.
No.
Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Lynch.
No.
Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes no. Mr. Cleaver.
No.
Mr. Cleaver votes no. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes votes no. Mr. Foster.
No.
Mr. Foster votes no. Mrs. Beatty.
Beatty votes no.
Mrs. Beatty votes no. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes no. Mr. Gottheimer.
No.
Mr. Gottheimer votes no. Mr. Gonzalez.
No.
Mr. Gonzalez votes no. Mr. Caston.
No.
Mr. Caston votes no. Ms. Presley.
No.
Ms. Presley votes no. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford. Ms. Talib. Ms. Talib votes. Ms. Talib votes no. Mr. Torres. Mr. Torres votes no. Ms. Garcia.
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes no. Mr. Nickel. Mr. Nickel votes no. Ms. Pedersen.
No.
Ms. Pedersen votes no. Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman votes aye.
Is there any member who has not voted or wishes to change his or her vote? Mr. Rose?
Rose votes no.
Mr.
Aye.
Mr. Rose votes aye.
Well done. Any other members wish to change his or her vote or are not recorded? Hearing none, the clerk will report. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 27 and the nays are 22.
A majority of members having voted for the resolution adopted, and the resolution establishing the rules of the committee of the committee for the 118th Congress are approved, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The staff is authorized to make necessary technical and conforming changes to the resolution under consideration. Consistent with Clause 2A of Rule 11 of the Rules of the House, the committee will make these rules publicly available no later than 60 days. I'm sorry to see the slides go. All right. Pursuant to notice in Clause 2D1 of Rule 10 of the Rules of the House, I now call up the Committee on Financial Services Authorization and Oversight Plan for the 118th Congress, copies of which were distributed in advance. Clerk.
Authorization and Oversight Plan of the Committee on Financial
Without
Services.
objection, the plan shall be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. The chair recognizes the new Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee Chair, Mr. Huizinga, for 5 minutes for the purposes of a brief explanatory statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I hope not to use the full 5 minutes, but I imagine we'll have some discussion. The Authorization and Oversight Plan is actually a routine document required, as you pointed out, under House Rule 10. For my colleagues that are returning, drafting an authorization and oversight plan is something that you should all be familiar with. For those less familiar with what the document is and are new to the committee, but you may have seen this, let me just explain. This is a requirement under House rules for both Republicans and Democrats for quite some time. The reason that I bring this up is to highlight this document's existence during the last committee's organizational meeting, which was led by the other side of the aisle. That is to say, this should not be a partisan document or particularly a vote. This customary document is an opportunity for our committee to outline all of the areas in which we may undertake oversight activities. It also outlines expiring programs that need authorization. So you'll notice that the document's very broad. It's written intentionally at a high level. When drafting the plan, we did so with maximum flexibility in mind, giving the committee wide latitude to conduct congressional oversight within our jurisdiction. We wanted this to be descriptive, not prescriptive, meaning we didn't want to enumerate exactly the issues because we wanted it to be left flexible. So to be clear, Republicans under the leadership of Chairman McHenry will bring oversight back to the forefront of this committee's agenda, which frankly I believe has been lacking for the last number of years. For too long, President Biden's regulators have run roughshod over process, precedent, congressional intent with no consequences, pushing the bounds of the authority that Congress and this committee gave them. This past November, the American people delivered a Republican majority so that we can bring that needed accountability back to the executive branch. Without accountability and oversight, our government cannot function as it was intended. After this plan is approved by the committee, it'll be sent to the House Oversight and Accountability Full Committee and the House Administration Committee. I hope that you will view this plan as being over-inclusive and one that permits maximum flexibility to finally deliver that robust oversight. And I just want to take a moment, and I know I have another colleague here from Michigan. She was not able to serve with Chairman Dingell, John Dingell, the longest-serving member in the House of Representatives history, but I did. And Chairman Dingell, or the chairman as he was known universally, in power or out of power, that's how he was referred to, and rightly so. He was kind enough to bring me and my colleagues in Michigan who were elected in 2010 under his wing. And he talked about the necessity of the House to assert its constitutional standing. And he was famous for something called a Dinglegram. And a Dinglegram was probably one of the most feared notices that anyone could get in Washington, D.C., because it didn't matter what administration the party was or what party the administration was. When John Dingell asked for that meeting in his office, he got it. And he got responses and action. And he very intentionally talked about having Congress do its constitutional duty and its job. So I'm hoping that others are listening, that they understand that we need to once again reassert our standing constitutionally. Otherwise, we will have things like the Senate just dropping things in our lap and saying, here you go. You have no choice. Well, that's not how it works. We are equal branches, and we need to assert that. So I urge support for the Financial Services Committee authorization and oversight plan, and with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Are there any amendments or further discussion on the plan?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The ranking member has an amendment at the desk. We'll pause for circulation of the amendment.
Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order on the amendment.
Point of order is reserved. The ranking member is recognized for.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, when I sat,
My apologies if the gentlelady will suspend.
still distributing,
Clerk will report.
Amendment number 1, offered by Rep. Waters.
Without objection, the plan, the amendment shall be considered as read. Gentlelady from California is recognized.
thank you. Mr. Chairman, when I sat where you were, I was accused of having too many hearings on the affordable housing crisis. In fact, we convened 55 hearings during my tenure, which tells you something about our priorities. And while we made some progress through passage of the American Rescue Plan and other legislation, so much more is needed to ensure every American is stably and affordably housed. Given the gravity of the problem, I was a little surprised that the Oversight Plan didn't mention our nation's homelessness or affordability crisis. More than 500,000 people in America are sleeping outside tonight, and millions more are struggling to pay their rent. It is because of these deeply disgraceful facts of life in America that my first hearing as chair was on homelessness. Later, I learned that this was the first time the full committee had ever held a hearing on this topic. After many hours of thoughtful legislative debates, I'm proud that we secured billions of dollars in critical COVID-related housing resources, including working with you, Mr. McHenry, on the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. Later, the House passed $150 billion in the Build Back Better Act to create more than 1.3 million affordable homes, lower the cost of housing, and permanently house thousands of people experiencing homelessness. Although this measure did not pass the Senate, committee Democrats stand ready to work with Republicans, as we know you are also concerned by skyrocketing housing prices and their impact on inflation. The approaches our committee learned about ending the homelessness and housing affordability crisis are bearing fruit. Using the American Rescue Plan funds, the Biden administration and local leaders have housed more than 140,000 people experiencing homelessness through the Housing First approach, slashing veteran homelessness by 55% and reducing homelessness nationwide by 9%. I hope we can agree as a committee that we could and we should do more to ensure everyone access across our great country can be safely and stably housed. And so, Mr. Chairman, you know this is a top priority of mine, and I'm passionate about it. But I've said to you and others that I think there should be an urban-rural renaissance. The rural community is in bad shape as it relates to housing. There are people in rural communities who are living in shacks. There are people who are living with houses falling down around them. And it's time for us to realize it's not just an urban problem, it's a rural problem. And I want to work with you and your committee so that you can deliver to the rural communities that many of you represent some housing resources. And so I ask you to vote yes on my amendment to ensure these topics are studied this Congress, and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson, the subcommittee chair on housing and insurance, is recognized.
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I appreciate the ranking member's amendment and the issues that she's trying to address in the oversight plan. Clearly, she cares passionately about housing. I think we had 55 or so hearings on the subject. But I would just say that this plan does not preclude the committee from working on homelessness. In fact, within the jurisdiction of the Housing and Insurance Subcommittee, we will certainly pay attention to it. We don't have to travel far to see the problem of homelessness. We all see it more acutely in this community than in many others, though maybe not as many as in the ranking member's district. But I would just point to page 5 of the oversight plan, where we talk about the housing and urban development and rural housing. There's literally a paragraph. The two things the ranking member talked about, HUD, urban areas, and rural housing, also part of the jurisdiction, clearly part of the plan. So I think the ranking member's amendment is duplicative, and I would urge a no vote on the amendment. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Gentleman from Kentucky, the Financial Institutions Subcommittee chair is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll be brief, but I would associate myself with the remarks of the chairman of the Housing Subcommittee and agree that this plan does not preclude the committee from addressing homelessness. In fact, it's certainly contemplated by the plain language of the oversight plan as written. I do want to just compliment our former chairwoman and the ranking member for her earnest interest in combating homelessness, and certainly members on this side of the aisle join her in that important cause. But since she mentioned the Housing First model, I would invite a robust debate, a continued robust debate on the merits of that strategy. In 2013, the Obama administration inaugurated this Housing First model as a one-size-fits-all solution to homelessness. And the Obama administration promised that this strategy that the ranking member embraces, they promised it would end homelessness in a decade. Well, the results are in. The results are in on Housing First. And in October of 2020, the federal government produced a report that revealed it was a catastrophic failure. Under Housing First, homelessness rose by 16%, as opposed to the promised demise of homelessness, and the unsheltered population of homeless, those living on the streets, rose 21% under this failed approach. And these results happened during a period of economic growth prior to COVID-19, and under a jaw-dropping 200% increase in spending to the program. California, the ranking member's home state, the only state that went completely all in on Housing First, experienced a 47% increase in street-level homelessness since 2016 adoption at the state level, and a 33.8% increase in homelessness overall. So, I oppose the gentlelady's amendment, but I look forward to debating the failure of Housing First and how we need a new strategy that doesn't just warehouse people who are experiencing homelessness, but actually compassionately helps people where they are and finds out solutions to this problem by addressing the underlying causes of homelessness, whether it's mental illness or addiction or lack of financial literacy or job skills or other factors that contribute to homelessness.
Will the
And I know that this oversight plan contemplates having that robust debate, and I yield back.
Will the gentleman yield?
I will yield.
Thank you so very much. I don't know about the report, but I will certainly get a copy of it and read that report. But my appeal to you is not to allow anything to get in our way. We have the opportunity, knowing the homelessness and the lack of affordable housing that exists in this country, to do something about it. It's not about housing first. It's not about how you approach it. Let's figure out how you approach it. Let's have that discussion. In the final analysis, let's recognize that there are people out there who are hurting, people with children who are going to school from after sleeping in cars at night. And so let's not be stymied by anything. I appeal to you, let's get together and let's do something about rural and urban housing. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair.
Does Mr. Barr yield back? Or does Mr. Barr yield?
I yield.
Thank you very much. Mr. Barr, you remember last year when we had the Secretary of HUD up here, and we asked the Secretary about questions.
Ms. Valquez.
And then we had several other witnesses from the administration. And we talked with them about a request that was a year old from people in Dallas, Texas, with the Dallas Housing Authority that were asking for a simple waiver not to destroy existing housing when they needed to net add housing. And so they would not let them add housing, so they kept what they had rather than adding to that stock. And all the Secretary had to do was to address the issue. The Secretary would not even respond back to us. Repeatedly would not even respond back to us. So we did help do things. And Mr. Davidson, I think, will make a great new subcommittee chair who will be able to get through to the Secretary and say, let's work together. So I would like to defend the position we're taking. I yield back my time to the
Gentleman's time's expired. The gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my point of order on this.
Gentleman withdraws his point of order. Is any other member?
Chairman.
Mr. I'm sorry, Mr. Meeks of New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What the ranking member is simply saying that we have a responsibility on this committee. And that responsibility is to make sure that Americans have a decent place, have a place to live, a roof over their head. People around this country are suffering simply because of the lack of availability and or the lack of financial wherewithal in the streets. And I hear my colleagues on the other side, and she just simply said, let's work together. Let's make sure it's on our agenda. Let's make sure that the American people know that those of us in Congress, particularly those that have jurisdiction over housing, and it's not just housing in urban areas. I've gone to see some of my relatives in rural areas that have a problem with housing. This definitely should be something that we can work together on and focus on to make a difference. And so she's just saying that in this committee, let us make sure that in the proposal moving forward that the American people and we as members of Congress include therein a vital need that we all have of housing. I probably would not be sitting here today if it wasn't for members of Congress back in the 50s that decided that people needed to have affordable housing. And in New York City, that meant the building of public housing. I recall my parents, who actually come from South Carolina, moving to New York in search of housing. And but for those Congresses and the presidents getting together now to say we're going to address this issue, my family could have been homeless. But as a result of having decent housing, affordable housing, It gave the opportunity for me now to say, and say in any of my biographies, that I am a product of public housing. And I thank the nation for that. And with a law degree. Right. And we need to make sure that we're talking so others have that same opportunity. And we need to make sure it's on our agenda. Yes, we're going to have some disagreements on how to do it and what we do and who should do it. But on the agenda of the Committee of Jurisdiction, not to say it at all, there's something fundamentally wrong with that. And I think that's all we're saying, is that it should be on the agenda, so when we go any place, we can say we're debating it. We understand it is an issue in the United States of America. We understand that we do have a problem. It is something I can tell you that when you go around the world, we want to be able to say that we are trying to address those issues. And that's all that what the ranking member is saying. Let's put it on our agenda, because if it's not on our agenda, then we can forget about it, or people will presume that we are not concerned about it. And I've got to believe that no matter what part of the country we come from, and no matter what party we are in, we want to make sure that we combat this crisis in the United States of America. So in order to combat it, we've got to have it on the agenda. If it ain't on the agenda, we're not going to be talking about it. We'll be preoccupied with something else. We always talk about, we put in certain, on the committees, what our values are. Our values are caring for the American people. We say it all the time. We want to do what's best for the American people. And I would believe all of the American people. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that if we can just look at this and say that we are going to let the American people know, because the talent that we could be losing without addressing this issue is talent of someone that could be the next CEO of a major company, or the greatest teacher that we've ever seen, or one of the secretaries, or another member of Congress, or the President of the United States. Let's not let us not address that and let the American public know that we have all Americans on our agenda. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Any other members?
Yes, strike the last word.
Mr. Lukemeyer of Missouri,
Thank you, Mr.
Chair of the
Chairman.
National Security Subcommittee.
Strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
I certainly agree with everything that every individual said today on this issue. This amendment brings home a point that we need to be discussing these issues very, very seriously. And I appreciate the passion and the information that both sides of the aisle have discussed this with. But if we remember the original discussion that we had with Mr. Izinka here, when he presented this, his first remarks, he indicated this document that we're looking at was very broad in scope. It was not something that we add specificity to all through this thing. All of the document's supposed to be doing here is giving us the 30,000-foot view of what we're supposed to be doing in these committees. Now, I'm the former chairman of the Housing and Insurance Committee. I worked with my good friend from Missouri, Mr. Cleaver, and we passed a huge, major piece of legislation through this on a bipartisan fashion. This can be done. And I have all of the confidence in the world that our new chairman is going to be somebody just like that who can work on this issue. But I think the point that we need to remember here is that this document that we're talking about here, that there's an amendment to, is a broad document that just highlights what is going on. And if you look at it, within this document and within a purview of this committee, it details housing and urban development and rural housing, public housing, Section 8 housing, fair housing, Native American housing, and settlement procedure. And then you talk about the funding mechanisms for it. This is a very thorough document from the standpoint of giving you a 30,000-foot view on what's going to take place in this committee. And I think if we get bogged down by adding every little bitty issue that we want to add to this, I mean, we could sit here and talk about all sorts of things. Just pick one out. Home loan bank. There's all kinds of things we could put in there about all sorts of changes you would like to see to that. The Jenny May, all sorts of changes we can make that. But we don't have time, and we don't have the then it's not necessary to go through and list every single thing that we're going to have to add to this document. And this is why this amendment is superfluous, if that's not necessary. We already have
Will
categories
the
under which
gentleman
this would
yield?
fall.
Will the gentleman please
Sure,
yield?
I'd be glad to yield to the.
Let me save you some time. Take this amendment, forget about it. I don't want to stymie our opportunity because you see something that looks too general, that's, not written in a way that we have all agreed upon. We're serious about this. And so I withdraw this amendment. I haven't even put it in yet, but it's not going in because I don't want it to get in the way of our possibility of working together to get something done for rural, suburban, and rural America, okay? So forget it.
Well, I thank the ranking member for withdrawing the amendment. I think, again, this is an issue we're all concerned about.
Does the gentlelady seek unanimous consent to withdraw her amendment?
Absolutely, I withdraw the.
Is there objection with the withdrawal of her amendment? Hearing no objection, the amendment is withdrawn. Is there further discussion on this plan?
Mr. Caston.
Mr. Caston from Illinois.
I have an amendment at the desk.
And if the chair may take a moment of personal privilege, Ranking Member Waters, oh my gosh, I just did that to you. I keep calling you chairman or chairwoman. I know it's not offensive, but gosh.
I accept.
All right. As a point of personal privilege,
Yes.
the oversight plan, we're trying to conform to House rules. This is not the agenda. This is us putting up our elbows for what is our jurisdiction for other committees. That was my intention with this plan, and this is the Oversight Subcommittee Chair's intention. We will prioritize homelessness in the discussion of homelessness and housing. And I've heard loud and clear from the ranking member, not just today or last month, but since I got on this committee about the priorities of housing. And it is a very important priority for this committee. And the emphasis of that and the goodwill that you've offered, even if frustrated, I very much appreciate. And I thank the former chair for her indulgence. Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
I have an amendment at the desk, Mr. Chairman.
If the clerk will distribute. Have all members received a copy of the amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Lukemeyer, reserves a point of order. The clerk will report.
An amendment offered by Mr. Caston. On page 5, line 1, before Fanny, insert.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I won't need the full 5 minutes. Every year, the number of destructive and costly weather and climate events rises, resulting in increasing losses of housing stock that further compound the affordable housing and homelessness crises. Between 2016 and 2020, weather and climate disasters cost almost $616 billion in damages, displaced tens of thousands of people from their homes, and I think it's important that this committee continues the work we began over the last 4 years to monitor the growing threats of climate change and respond accordingly through community mitigation efforts, strengthened through the CBDG Disaster Recovery Program, the National Flood Insurance Program, as well as green and resilient building practices. I would also, those of you who've been on this committee for the last few years have heard me mention this. For the new folks, I would really encourage you all to read the report that the CFTC and the Trump administration issued managing climate risk in the financial sector. They make the point in that report, among other things, that they could observe a disproportionate flow of long-term mortgages from the private sector to Fannie and Freddie in flood-prone areas. And so we are basically sitting in a world where the private sector is very rationally offloading risk onto the taxpayer. Some of you may recall that I've raised that issue with everybody from Chairman Powell to Michael Hsu at the OCC, who have agreed that that is a logical private sector response, but that our prudential regulators do not yet have the tools to stop that, much less even to quantify it. And I think as a committee, we should continue to press that point. But as it sits right now, we know that that is creating long-term risk, and in the short term, I think we can mitigate that risk by understanding it, doing our work to quantify, and hopefully helping folks out on this committee before the prudential regulators have the ability. So I think it's pretty simple. I hope it's non-controversial, and would encourage a yes vote.
Will the gentleman yield?
Back. Yes, would. Yep.
I thank the gentleman for offering the amendment. While I concur with him that climate change is something that we should review, what we've provided for in the oversight plan is a great deal of basic flexibility for us. As a part of what I've said over the last 2 Congresses on flood insurance, we have to have a discussion about the effects of weather and severe weather events and climate change in connection with flood insurance. We'll likewise have a broader review that we will have. I don't find the gentleman's amendment necessary for us to achieve that. I think what we have in the oversight plan is sufficient. And so on those terms, I will not support the amendment, though I do support your objectives of reviewing these items. And I appreciate the gentleman offering this, and I do think it's a constructive debate that we should have in this markup. I yield back.
Thank you for the time. I would simply add that when we know our prudential regulators are not fully calculating this, I agree with you. We're going to work on the flood insurance program. As a separate matter, we need to make sure our housing stock is robust against a world where we know, because they have told us, that our prudential regulators are not doing this, that the NFIP isn't there. So encourage a yes, and I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Texas seeks recognition.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the right.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the gentleman's amendment and the issue they are trying to address in the oversight plan. I would just say that this plan does not preclude the committee from working on climate change and green housing. This plan was drafted to protect the committee's jurisdiction from other committees, not from each other. So it was drafted broadly. The subject of the amendment fits more properly under housing and insurance, a subsection of this document found on page 5 and 6. Now, to maintain maximum flexibility for this committee, I hope the gentleman will work with us going forward to ensure the issue is addressed. I urge a no vote on this amendment. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Does any other member seek recognition? No other. Does the gentleman still insist upon his point of order?
I withdraw the point of order.
Gentleman withdraws his point of order. If there is no further discussion of the amendment, the question occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it. The amendment's
Request a
not agreed
recorded
to.
vote.
Gentleman asks for a
Recorded
recorded
vote
vote.
is requested.
All those in favor of recorded vote will raise their hands. A sufficient number arisen. A record vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill. Mr. Hill. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Posey. Mr. Posey votes no. Mr. Luetkemeyer. Mr. Luetkemeyer votes no. Mr. Huizinga. Mr. Huizinga. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner votes no. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes no. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Williams of Texas votes no. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes no. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson votes no. Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes no. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman votes no. Mr. Muser. Mr. Muser votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Garbarino votes no. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim votes no. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds votes no. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes no. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Lawler votes no. Mr. Nunn. Mr. Nunn votes no. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz votes no. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes no. Mr. Ogles. Mr. Ogles votes no. Ms. Waters. Ms. Waters votes aye. Mrs. Velasquez. Mrs. Velasquez votes aye. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Meeks votes aye. Mr. Scott.
Aye.
Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Lynch.
Aye.
Mr. Lynch votes aye. Mr. Green.
Aye.
Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Cleaver.
Aye.
Mr. Cleaver votes aye. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes. Mr. Foster.
Aston's vote.
Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty.
Beatty votes aye.
Mrs. Beatty votes aye. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer.
Aye.
Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Caston.
Aye.
Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes aye. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford votes aye. Ms. Talib. Ms. Talib votes aye. Mr. Torres. Mr. Torres votes aye. Ms. Garcia.
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes aye.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Nickel. Mr. Nickel. Ms. Pedersen.
Aye.
Ms. Pedersen votes aye. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman votes no.
Have all members voted? If the clerk will record, we'll go back through the roll.
Mr. Hill. Mr. Hill votes no. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Huizinga. Mr. Huizinga votes no. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes no. Mr. Rose. Mr. Himes. Mr. Nickel.
Are there any members who have not voted or wish to change his or her vote? If not, the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 21 and the nays are 25.
A majority of members voting against the amendment. The amendment is not agreed to. Is there further discussion or amendment to the plan? Is there further discussion of the authorization oversight plan?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The ranking member has an amendment at the desk. We'll pause for the distribution of.
No.
Have all members received a copy of the amendment?
Mr. Chairman,
Gentleman from Missouri.
I'd like to register a point of, or withhold a point of order.
The gentleman reserves a point of order. The sponsor of the amendment, Ms. Waters, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Just,
My apologies.
yeah.
Still need some training wheels here for the chair. The clerk will report. My apologies. Madam.
Amendment number 3, offered by Representative Waters. On page 8, line 43, include the following: digital assets, financial technology, and inclusion. Digital assets.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and the gentlewoman from California is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. In just the last year, we have witnessed the major failure of digital assets projects like Terra USD, Celsius, BlockFi, most significantly FTX and Alameda Research. Last month, we have seen the bankruptcy of Genesis, a cryptocurrency lender that has halted withdrawals through the Gemini Earn program. Which currently holds approximately $900 million in investor assets from 340,000 investors. Time and time again, we're seeing customers locked out of their accounts with their life savings frozen in insolvent digital assets platforms. In the past 2 Congresses, the Financial Services Committee scrutinized the growth and popularity of financial technology, artificial technology, and digital assets. I established the first of its kind Financial Technology Task Force and Artificial Intelligence Task Force, and we delved into these emerging issues with the goal of promoting responsible innovation while ensuring that consumers and investors were protected. Under the leadership of Mr. Lynch and Mr. Foster, the task force held 22 hearings. We also formed a digital assets working group of Democratic members in the last Congress and held bipartisan hearings that scrutinized digital assets, including the first hearing in a series to investigate the sudden failure of XTX. I and my staff worked very closely with Chairman McHenry and his staff for many months last year, and we made good progress on a bipartisan stable coin bill. I'd like to just take a moment in this presentation to say thank you to Mr. McHenry and his staff and to my staff. They worked so hard, and we were right at the point of being able to introduce a bill, but time ran out on us. But we're right there, and I'm very hopeful that we can get back where we left off and keep going. So thank you very much, Mr. McHenry. And so, again, let me just repeat, I and my staff worked very closely with Chairman McHenry and his staff for many, many months last year, and we made very good progress on a bipartisan stablecoin bill. Chairman McHenry has emphasized that these issues are priorities for him and established a subcommittee on digital assets, financial technology, and inclusion. Now, look, you know, I'm a little bit disappointed that the chair ended the subcommittee on diversity and inclusion, but I do see this new subcommittee as a continuation of the work that was done by Democrats. However, the oversight plan we're considering really should not have this omission regarding digital assets. And I just have to believe that it's an oversight, and that in my reading the oversight plan, I just could not find any reference to digital assets, financial technology, or artificial intelligence. And again, I'm assuming that this may have been an oversight, and I'm therefore would, if necessary, offer this amendment to urge members to support the amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
And the gentlelady yields back, and I recognize myself for 5 minutes. I would say to the ranking member, as I said in the opening statement, the Digital Assets Subcommittee is building upon the two working group, the two task forces that you created last Congress and the previous Congress. And that was very fruitful conversations. And it goes back to our work in previous Congresses around crowdfunding.
Yes.
And Congresswoman Velasquez as well, her work with us on that issue as well, and her work in small business. I can just tell you my thinking on the approach to this oversight plan. The goal here was to have a document that would be the least offensive document to every member of this committee. Oversight plan always gets a partisan vote. What I did not want to do is put before this committee the thing where I think we've got a fruitful opportunity in bipartisanship. And then Chairwoman Waters and I was a ranking member, we worked mightily hard on stablecoin legislation and came closer than anywhere else in this town to getting an agreement. What I didn't want to do is put this good opportunity for legislating in the oversight plan. So it was a willful act on my part. The second issue I wanted to add here is, while we're the first committee to establish a digital assets subcommittee, there's another committee that thinks they have jurisdiction over digital assets, and that is the Agriculture Committee. And what I did not want to do is poke the eye of the former chair of the Ag Committee, Mr. Lucas, the former chair of the Ag Committee, Mr. Scott, and I don't know how many members of the Ag Committee that are on this committee. And so that was my attempt. I agree with every word in what you've offered in this amendment, and it pains me to say that I cannot support it, because this is what you have written. I'm looking for some reason to oppose the contents of the words you have on paper. All I can do is go back to my thinking and not approaching it the way that you're approaching it. But I agree with everything in the amendment. So given the fact that this is Congress and I've just turned myself into a pretzel in front of you, just got to be honest about it, right? I did not want to get the fight of ag versus financial services in the oversight document, and I didn't want to have a document before you that you agree with, a number of the components of it, but you have to reject it. And yet, that's what I'm faced to do with your great amendment. So the creativity of being in the minority is fantastic, because you get to unleash creative ideas like this that turn the majority into a pretzel. And thank you for letting me do this in front of all of you. Now, my staff will tell me that this is the worst argument you could come up with, but it is at least honest, and I will be honest with committee members about this. The oversight plan is not a legislative agenda. I wanted it to be bipartisan in our approach to digital assets. And third and finally, I didn't want to bring the ag versus financial services fight into an oversight document. So with that, I'm happy to recognize, yes, the former chair of the Ag Committee. I'm very happy to yield to Mr. Scott.
Thank you so very much, and I really appreciate your generosity and the fine concern that you have for us on the Agriculture Committee. But I want to make sure you realize that I am in full support of Ms. Waters' amendment.
I was afraid you could say that.
Digital assets and this whole movement and the impact it's having on all the phases of our economic stream is vitally important. And it's just as important for the Financial Services Committee as it is for us in Ag. And I'm sure my other former members of Ag, I see one over there, itching to get his
When you have a
say-so
chance to
in.
yield to me, yes, sir.
Certainly, I will. My good friend, I yield
I yield
to
to
you. Thank
the
you.
former chair of the.
Whoever has the time, thank you for the yield. I would simply note that as the other former Ag Committee chairman, I have a slight disagreement with my successor. I believe that this is indeed not the appropriate direction for us to take, but that we will sort all these great differences out as we work two committees together.
Together. Yes,
back.
thank you very much.
A lot of togetherness, and with that, my time is happily expired. Does any other member seek recognition? No other member seeking recognition, no one willing to save me. Does the gentleman from Missouri insist on his point of order? Does he withdraw his
Yes,
point of
Mr.
order?
Chairman, I withdraw the point of order.
The gentleman withdraws his point of order. The question occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to, and recorded vote is requested. All the members raise their hand if they want a recorded vote. Recorded votes ordered. The clerk will joyfully call the roll.
Mr. Hill.
Wait.
Mr. Hill. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Lucas votes no. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Posey. Mr. Posey votes no. Mr. Lukemeyer. Mr. Lukemeyer votes no. Mr. Huizinga. Mr. Huizinga votes no. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner votes no. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Williams of Texas votes no. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes no. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes no. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson votes no. Mr. Rose.
No.
Mr. Rose votes no. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes no. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman votes no. Mr. Muser. Mr. Muser votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Garbarino votes no. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim votes no. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds votes no. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes no. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Lawler votes no. Mr. Nunn. Mr. Nunn votes no. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz votes no. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes no. Mr. Ogles. Mr. Ogles votes no. Ms. Waters. Ms. Waters votes aye. Mrs. Velasquez. Mrs. Velasquez votes aye. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Meeks votes aye. Mr. Scott.
Aye.
Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes aye. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes yay. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver votes aye. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes. Mr. Foster.
Aye.
Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty.
Aye.
Mrs. Beatty votes aye. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes aye. Miss Presley. Miss Presley. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford votes aye. Miss Talib. Miss Talib votes aye. Mr. Torres. Mr. Torres votes aye. Miss Garcia.
Aye.
Miss Garcia votes aye. Miss Williams.
Williams of Georgia votes aye.
Miss Williams of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Nickel. Mr. Nickel votes aye. Miss Pedersen.
Aye.
Miss Pedersen votes aye. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman votes no.
Hill? No?
Mr. Hill votes no. Mr. Barr votes no.
Have all members voted?
Mr. Sessions. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Himes. Miss Presley.
Is there any member who wishes to change his or her vote? If not, the clerk will report. Okay. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 21 and the nays are 27.
A majority of members having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. Is there further discussion on the authorization oversight? Is there further discussion on the authorization and oversight plan? The gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Beatty, is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
We'll distribute the amendments. We'll distribute the amendments if they're available.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Gentlelady from Missouri reserves a point of order. Have all members received a copy of the amendment? The clerk will report.
An amendment offered by Mrs. Beatty.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized
Thank you,
for
Mr.
5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my amendment would place into the committee's rules a clear and intentional approach to entering that diversity and inclusion is prioritized as we oversee the financial services industry. As it stands, the plan vaguely mentions diversity in financial services with no mention of inclusion. This does not at all align with the majority's claim to make diversity a component of each sub-panel. This amendment will help guide the majority to achieve the goals that they themselves have verbalized. As we know, women and people of color are greatly underrepresented in the financial services industry, with women and people of color making up less than 29% and 19% respectively of executive leaders in our largest banks. We know that under the leadership of Chairman Waters in the last two Congresses, Democrats on this committee started to move the needle towards more inclusion. In the nation's largest banks, insurance companies, and beyond. To be clear, our nation and financial services industry is better because of the Diversity and Inclusion Subcommittee. Both Democrats and Republican witnesses came before the subcommittee to testify that high levels of D&I lead to better performance and in financial services institutions and beyond. Because of our proven ability to achieve progress, we must continue to combat wealth inequality, gender, racial wage gaps, and high poverty rates in order to level the playing field for women, communities of color, minority and women-owned businesses, persons with disabilities, LGBTQ community, rural communities, and justice-involved individuals. In our committee room today is consultant and D&I expert Larry Price from my district and hometown. He and other experts remind us of the need for intentional focus on diversity and inclusion. And I could go on and quote statistics on that and articles. I could also share with you that my colleagues who served on this subcommittee, Democrats and Republicans, brought witnesses into this committee that talked about the value of D&I, and not because it was a feel-good, but because it was good for business. We have both sides of the aisle use the word diversity and how we want to make sure as we look at our future that we understand that we are here to represent all people. Lastly, let me say that I want to express my sincere gratitude to Congresswoman Waters for her leadership, for not only bringing national attention to diversity and inclusion, but really moving the needle. If you take time to read the report that was put out and signed by Congresswoman Waters as the chairwoman, by Ranking Member Ann Wagner, who did an amazing job of bringing Republican witnesses in to tell us how we could move the needle. Chairwoman Waters is recognized across this nation for standing up and fighting for all people. But more importantly, as it relates to this committee, what she did with the largest banks, with insurance companies, was so phenomenal that other committees not charged with D&I started bringing in individuals to talk about how we could move the needle in this country. It was a Republican member that looked over to me and said, "Will you look to rural communities?" And without hesitation, I said yes, because this is more than gender and ethnicity. It is about making sure that our work in the financial institutions is reflective of the people we serve, the communities we represent, and also it is very important, as my father used to say, to have people on both sides of that cash register. So let me say thank you, Mr. Chairman, and more importantly, thank you to our ranking member, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back, and I would say congratulations to Mrs. Beatty on being the new ranking member of the National Security Subcommittee. And members,
Chairman?
The chair of the Capital Markets Subcommittee, Ms. Matt Wagner, seeks recognition.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I appreciate the gentlewoman's amendment and the issue she is trying to address in the oversight plan. I would just say that this plan does not preclude the committee from working on the subject of the amendment. This plan was drafted to protect this committee's jurisdiction from other committees, not from each other. So it was drafted very broadly. The subject of the amendment is indeed contemplated in many subsections of this document. And to maintain maximum flexibility for this committee, I hope that the gentlewoman will work with us going forward to ensure that the issue is addressed. I believe we have been consistent on this. Republicans have and always will stand for equal rights under the law. And this committee will provide oversight to ensure individual rights are not infringed while working to promote equality of opportunity, not outcome. I urge a no vote on this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Does any other? The ranking member.
Mr.
seeks
Chairman?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman,
Sorry. Does the ranking member seek recognition? Or
Mr. Chairman,
I'm happy to go via seniority on the, Ms. Garcia of Texas is recognized for 5 minutes.
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, this majority's elimination of the Subcommittee on Diversity and Inclusion is a clear attack on the financial well-being of our nation's most vulnerable. The subcommittee under Representative Beatty's leadership was dedicated to holding large financial institutions accountable and ensuring that they recruited and maintained diverse leadership, as she has said earlier, that it be reflective of the people that we serve. Financial institutions with diverse leadership better serve diverse clients, a priority of mine and a priority of this minority. However, with the elimination of this subcommittee, our Republican colleagues have demonstrated that their priorities are elsewhere. Yes, I too agree, their language is broad, and the rules package, quite frankly, is very weak in even making an effort on including diversity and inclusion in the responsibilities of each subcommittee. It only states that the subcommittee may, quote, may consider these essentials. I don't know about you all, but I think from the very first time I said something to my mother and said, "Mother, may I?" Every time I asked, it was always a big no. So unless it's mandated and turn it into a shall, or as this amendment would, make it into a will, something in the affirmative, mother will always say no, or in some cases, maybe daddy, or maybe in this case, the chair. But the bottom line is, if it's not written in there and it's so broad, it's really quite easy to just overlook it. So in effect, these rules erase the historic efforts of both Chairwoman Waters and Chairwoman Beatty in dedicating efforts specifically and intentionally on making sure that there is true diversity and inclusion in the financial services industry. And for me, it's always been very important to continue the work that I have started on language access and financing, in financial inclusion for all Americans, and making sure that poor people have access to the financial industry just as everyone else. So I support this amendment strongly. We need to change that may to will or something more affirmative. With that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The ranking member, Ms. Waters, seeks recognition. Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Chairman and members, this amendment would ensure that this committee has a clear and intentional approach to examining diversity and inclusion throughout every aspect of the financial services industry this Congress. The work of the now disbanded Subcommittee on Diversity and Inclusion Subcommittee must continue, as we still have much work to do to ensure that everyone has a seat at the table. As we know, people of color, women, persons with disabilities, justice, involved individuals, and the LGBTQ+ community face many barriers in accessing financial services products as well as employment within the industry. It is integral that we keep the momentum going and continue to push for even greater transparency and accountability. So let me just thank Ms. Beatty for her leadership and all of the members who served on that subcommittee. You just heard from Ms. Garcia, you heard from Ms. Wagner, and I want you to know that these women did a monumental job in moving this issue forward. And so even though the formalized subcommittee has been disbanded, I'm looking forward to all of these individuals who have worked so hard being given a real opportunity to ensure that we still have a focus on diversity and inclusion. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on this amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my point of order.
Gentlelady withdraws her point of order. If there's no further discussion, if not, the question occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to. All those
requested.
Okay. Recorded vote's been requested. All those in favor of recorded vote will raise their hand. Sufficient number have arisen. A recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill? Nope. Mr. Hill votes no. Mr. Lucas? Mr. Lucas? No. Mr. Lucas votes no. Mr. Sessions? Mr. Sessions? Mr. Posey? Mr. Posey votes no. Mr. Luetkemeyer? Mr. Luetkemeyer votes no. Mr. Huizinga? Mr. Huizinga votes no. Mrs. Wagner? Mrs. Wagner votes no. Mr. Barr? Mr. Barr? Mr. Williams of Texas? Mr. Williams of Texas votes no. Mr. Emmer? Mr. Emmer? Mr. Loudermilk? Mr. Loudermilk votes no. Mr. Mooney? Mr. Mooney votes no. Mr. Davidson? Mr. Davidson votes no. Mr. Rose? Mr. Rose votes no. Mr. Stile? Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Timmons? Mr. Timmons votes no. Mr. Norman? Mr. Norman votes no. Mr. Muser? Mr. Muser votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Garbarino? Mr. Garbarino votes no. Mrs. Kim? Mrs. Kim votes no. Mr. Donalds? Mr. Donalds votes no. Mr. Flood? Mr. Flood votes no. Mr. Lawler? Mr. Lawler votes no. Mr. Nunn? Mr. Nunn votes no. Ms. De La Cruz? Ms. De La Cruz votes no. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin votes no. Mr. Ogles? Mr. Ogles votes no. Ms. Waters? Ms. Waters votes aye. Mrs. Velasquez? Mrs. Velasquez votes aye. Mr. Sherman? Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks? Mr. Meeks votes aye. Mr. Scott?
Aye.
Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Lynch? Aye. Mr. Lynch votes aye. Mr. Green? Mr. Green votes yea. Mr. Cleaver? Mr. Cleaver votes aye. Mr. Himes? Mr. Himes? Mr. Foster?
Aye.
Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty?
Mrs. Beatty votes aye.
Mrs. Beatty votes aye. Mr. Vargas? Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer? Aye. Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Caston? Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley?
Aye.
Ms. Presley votes aye. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford votes aye. Ms. Tlaib? Ms. Tlaib votes aye. Mr. Torres? Mr. Torres votes aye. Ms. Garcia.
Absolutely, yes.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes aye.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Nickel. Mr. Nickel votes aye. Ms. Pedersen. Ms. Pedersen votes aye. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman votes no.
Are there members who've not, are not recorded?
Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes no. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Himes.
Is there any member who wishes to change his or her vote? If not, the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 22 and the nays are 27.
A majority of members voting against the amendment is not agreed to. At this time, the chair would like to announce that the House will return from recess at 4:30, and we'll have a series of votes then. I recognize that some members had a little difficulty getting there in time last time. So when the votes are called, with the indulgence of the members, we'll, on the tiny TVs on the right and left, we'll put on the floor, okay? And we will go as long as we can go. I think at probably 200 members not voting, that's when we'll dispense with this. That's when people get antsy. But we'll try to go as long as we can. When we get done with the floor for votes, if members come back quickly, your evening looks a whole lot more interesting and better. And if you slow roll this, if members wish to slow roll it, it's fine. I'll be here in the chair. I've got plenty of water. Yes, and and we have, anyway. So the intention is for us to get as far as we possibly can because our colleagues have amendments. So with that, any further discussion of the authorization oversight plan? Any further amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Yes, the gentleman from Missouri. We'll pause while these copies are distributed.
Mr. Chairman,
Gentleman from Arkansas.
I would reserve a point of order on Mr. Cleaver's.
Gentleman reserves a point of order. Do all members have copies of the amendment? The clerk will report.
An amendment from Mr. Cleaver. On page 5, line 3, strike and insert after 2.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman from Missouri, the ranking member of the Housing and Insurance Subcommittee, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me, first of all, congratulate you. I think you are the first member of our class to reach cardinal status, at least with an exclusive committee. So congratulations. It gives some joy to see that our class has finally become somebody. Let me just say I know the arguments, the debates that we could have on this, and that's fine. And that's the reason I already know what it is, because I've been here through the whole meeting. And the arguments have actually been redundant. But Congress is nothing if not redundant. And my kids always say I repeat myself. So I'm going to do a bit of that. But regarding the oversight plan, as Ms. Beatty has discussed, there is no equity or diversity and inclusion language, including included in the housing section. And so this is a contrast with the Democratic oversight plan of the 117th Congress. Now, it was a priority for them. When I came to Congress, I didn't want to be anybody except I wanted to be on the housing subcommittee. That was my goal. And I was able to do that because I know how important this issue is just based on my own background. I won't go into any detail. But my amendment would incorporate such language by explicitly including language around expanded access to fair credit for underserved borrowers while the committee examines proposals affecting the operations of Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, including language that explicitly notes the committee will examine whether the Federal Home Loan Bank System is in fact fulfilling its obligation and its mission, and including language that the committee will look at the FHFA's efforts to expand fair access to home ownership, while at the same time monitoring the activities and initiatives of the agency. Now, I think that you will probably say, and you're right, that you intended to do all of these things inside the language in the proposed oversight plan. But I believe in some of these areas, if we are explicit, then it eliminates those who might believe that there's an attempt to diss it. So if you can, I mean, if we had some assurance that we're going to deal with these issues, including those that I just mentioned as it relates to housing, then I'm not sure there would be a need for the amendment. So if there's a declaration that these things will be included, I would be happy to withdraw my amendment.
Does the gentleman yield back?
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Davidson, the chair of the Housing and Insurance Subcommittee, seeks recognition. The gentleman is recognized for purposes of debate for 5 minutes.
Move to strike the last word, and I appreciate the ranking member's amendment and the issues that he's trying to address in our oversight plan. I would just say that this plan does not preclude the committee from working on fair and affordable housing, and frankly, as we go through the plan for hearings, as the ranking member is even more aware than me with his long experience on the subcommittee, you'll be selecting witnesses who will bring a particular set of expertise and these perspectives to highlight the differences and maybe on some of them the shared views. But I think they're incorporated by the jurisdiction. They frankly amend each of the areas of the committee's jurisdiction in the oversight plan. And so I think that they're addressed on pages 5 and 6 of the oversight plan. So with that, I would urge our colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Hearing no further discussion on the amendment. If not, gentlelady seeks recognition. The ranking member seeks recognition. Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Although housing discrimination has been illegal in the U.S. since 1968, data show that more than 31,000 individuals reportedly experienced housing discrimination when trying to access housing opportunities in 2021 alone. This is the highest level of reported fair housing complaints ever recorded by the National Fair Housing Alliance since it began compiling national complaint data more than 27 years ago. Even more surprisingly, these numbers are likely a very conservative estimate of housing discrimination in America. In fact, Zillow Group conducted a 2018 survey in the nation's 20 largest metro areas and found that 1 in 4 respondents believe they had been treated differently during their housing search based on their membership in a protected class under the Fair Housing Act. Our committee must work in a bipartisan manner to strengthen fair housing protections, and for that reason, I thank Ranking Member Cleaver for offering this amendment, and I urge members to support its adoption. And I yield back the balance.
Gentlelady yields back. We have 13 minutes on the clock on the House floor. If no further discussion on this amendment, no further discussion. If not, the question occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it. And the amendment is not agreed to. There's a request for a recorded vote. Sufficient. All those in favor of a recorded vote, please raise their hand. Sufficient number have arisen. The recorded vote is ordered. As the clerk calls a roll, once you vote, please exit quietly, and we can go to the floor. We will then return back for how many further amendments are going to be offered, and then final passage of this. The intention of the chair is to get this done as expeditiously as possible. The clerk will now call the roll.
Mr. Hill? No. Mr. Hill votes no. Mr. Lucas? No. Mr. Lucas votes no. Mr. Sessions? Mr. Sessions? Mr. Posey? No. Mr. Posey votes no. Mr. Lukedemeyer? Mr. Lukedemeyer votes no. Mr. Huizinga? Mr. Huizinga votes no. Mrs. Wagner? Mrs. Wagner votes no. Mr. Barr? Mr. Barr votes no. Mr. Williams of Texas? Mr. Williams of Texas votes no. Mr. Emmer? Mr. Emmer? Mr. Loudermilk? Mr. Loudermilk votes no. Mr. Mooney? Mr. Mooney votes no. Mr. Davidson? Mr. Davidson votes no. Mr. Rose? Mr. Rose votes no. Mr. Stile? Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Timmons? Mr. Timmons votes no. Mr. Norman? Mr. Norman votes no. Mr. Muser? Mr. Muser votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Garbarino? Mr. Garbarino votes no. Mrs. Kim? Mrs. Kim votes no. Mr. Donalds? Mr. Donalds votes no. Mr. Flood? Mr. Flood votes no. Mr. Lawler? Mr. Lawler votes no. Mr. Nunn? Mr. Nunn votes no. Ms. De La Cruz? Ms. De La Cruz? Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin votes no. Mr. Ogles? Mr. Ogles votes no. Ms. Waters? Ms. Waters votes aye. Mrs. Velasquez? Mrs. Velasquez votes aye. Mr. Sherman? Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks?
Aye.
Mr. Meeks votes aye. Mr. Scott?
Aye.
Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Lynch?
Aye.
Mr. Lynch votes aye. Mr. Green?
Yay.
Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Cleaver? Mr. Cleaver votes aye. Mr. Himes? Mr. Himes? Mr. Foster?
Aye.
Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty?
Beatty votes aye.
Mrs. Beatty votes aye. Mr. Vargas? Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer?
Aye.
Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez?
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Caston? Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley? Ms. Presley votes aye. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford votes aye. Ms. Talib? Ms. Talib votes aye. Mr. Torres?
Aye.
Mr. Torres votes aye. Ms. Garcia?
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Williams of Georgia?
Williams of Georgia votes aye.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Nickel? Mr. Nickel votes aye. Ms. Pedersen? Ms. Pedersen votes aye. Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair votes no.
Have any members, have all members voted? Any member wish to change his or her vote? If not, the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 22 and the nays are 26.
A majority of members having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. The committee will stand in recess. To order. Is there further discussion of the Authorization and Oversight Plan?
And Mr. Chair?
This might be the time where I thank the clerk staff, Franklin Thornton, who got us through the middle of COVID on, thank you. Thank you. And was so kind to us as we were showing up late on Zoom or whatever the heck the thing was. Very kind. Thank you, and thanks for your continued work as the clerk for the minority. Trish Halloran, who is the clerk for the committee. And Deputy Clerk Nicole Vo. Thank you. Thank you. And Trish, in particular, thank you for how well you've done, and my apologies for trying to step on your toes. I, too, am learning this. Is there further discussion of the Authorization Oversight Plan?
Yeah. Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk. Amendment number 1.
Mr. Foster? We'll pause while the
Mr. Chairman,
amendment's distributed. Gentleman from Arkansas,
I just would reserve a point of order on this
point
amendment.
of order is reserved.
That's in case you say something bad.
I've got one.
Have all members received a copy of the amendment? Clerk will report.
Amendment number 1, offered by Rep. Foster. On page 3, line 6, insert the following.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and the gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, and congratulations, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you.
I offered this 2-sentence amendment to indicate that this committee's oversight plan should include a focus on how a secure, interoperable digital identity will improve our financial institutions, save costs, and reduce fraud both domestically and globally. This is an area, will be an area of overlapping and potentially contested jurisdiction. And it's important that our committee puts a stake in the ground to indicate that it will be on our agenda. Here's why it's important. A secure digital identity would give consumers greater control over their data, enhance their privacy, and virtually eliminate online identity fraud as we know it. Legacy identity systems often require the disclosure of sensitive personal information, such as social security number or your mother's maiden name, or these items which were never intended to be used for identity verification. And consumers are fed up with identity fraud and the costs associated with it. Identity theft can take months or years to rectify and impose thousands of dollars of unjust costs onto consumers. Each year, 39 million Americans are estimated to have their identities compromised, and it's estimated to cost consumers and businesses in our country roughly $56 billion annually. And identity theft is also one of the most frequent ways that scammers defraud the U.S. taxpayer. Unemployment insurance fraud, for instance, cost this government $163 billion last year. For those of us like me who believe that we should find ways to make our government operate more efficiently with fewer personnel, nothing will be more effective for this than a secure digital identity that allows citizens to prove they are who they say they are in online and offline transactions. So widespread voluntary adoption of a digital ID will yield enormous savings of time and money for consumers, businesses, and government. Most of us know the frustration of having to replace cards after receiving a dreaded fraud alert from the bank, and that frustration would be largely eliminated with a secure digital ID, since hackers wouldn't just need to steal your passwords and account numbers, but they'd also need to steal your phone, your personal PIN, your fingerprint, and maybe even the shape of your face to access your accounts, which are well beyond the capabilities of a typical offshore cyber criminal. As incoming ranking member of the Financial Institutions Subcommittee, I note that a digital identity framework would yield enormous benefits to financial institutions as well. And the anti-money laundering and know your customer protocols would become much more secure and cost efficient. Onboarding new customers would become much cheaper and easier, bringing more Americans into our nation's financial system. Implementing a digital ID would serve to promote our burgeoning fintech industry as well by streamlining their KYC and AML protocols and easing regulatory burdens. These improvements are also necessary to maintain our status as the global leader in financial services. A secure digital ID is being adopted by the free democracies all around the world and will be necessary to usher in a new era of financial innovation and communication. We should act now to ensure that the U.S. financial services industry is prepared for today's rapidly evolving economy, and this amendment points toward this. Now, I look forward to working with all of my colleagues to make it a reality. Thank you.
Does the gentleman yield back?
Yes.
Gentleman yields back. Any other members? The Vice Chair, Mr. Hill.
Strike the last word.
And the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, I certainly thank my friend, Mr. Foster, for his amendment, his calling attention to the critical element that accurate, timely, and authentic identification provides in financial services, other parts of the economy as well, and how a digital identity could make that very important and much better. And I look forward to working with him and the gentleman from Massachusetts on the Digital Assets Subcommittee, because there's absolutely no doubt that as our digital future requires proper authentication and identification of who's using data, it requires data ownership rules, it requires cyber protection, it requires a comprehensive national approach to privacy, which our incoming new chairman has made a priority for the committee. So look, it's a fundamental building block of a digital future. And I want to work with him on this important component, but I don't think it should be addressed in the oversight plan. I just don't think that discussing a digital identity is in the right place in this document, and I would refer him to two key places in the document where this topic is fully, in my view, addressed. First, on page 2, lines 35 and 36, payment innovation, payment efficiencies, and everything related to innovation in payments is outlined there. That's in the jurisdiction of the committee. And then page 8, which is on his important second point, which is combating financial fraud, financial crime, that is addressed there. So I'd like to ask my friend if he'd be willing to work on this as a part of our Digital Assets Subcommittee, and if he would consider withdrawing this amendment, only because, in my view, I don't believe it fits in this particular, as an amendment to the Oversight Plan. I yield to my friend from Illinois.
No, thank you. And yes, I will be withdrawing the thing after following our discussions. You know, I thought when I listened to the discussions about how one of the purposes of this document was to really set a stake in the ground in saying this is in our jurisdiction, Representative Loudermilk and I almost got a bill through both the Senate and the House last session of Congress, and we had to twist the bill into pretzels to fit it into jurisdictions. And so this should be squarely in the jurisdiction of financial services because of the importance in fraud prevention and everything else. And so I think it's important. I did this as much as anything to raise the consciousness of everyone on this committee that this is an area of bipartisan agreement that we really, every time someone comes up to us, which I'm sure has happened to everyone, complaining about they've been defrauded in online transactions, then this is the answer. You have to be able to prove you are who you say you are. The technology exists, it's being adopted in other countries, and we have to proceed. So, yeah, with that understanding, I'm willing to withdraw.
I thank my friend, and I do share his confidence of the importance in this with privacy, data ownership, and digital identification. And I also believe that, to your point about jurisdiction, that clearly it's in the jurisdiction of the Financial Services Committee, and that would be borne out under Rule 10 in the House by the parliamentarians and the Speaker. But let me ask my chairman if he wants to comment on this, Mr.
Well, I thank the Digital Asset Subcommittee Chair for yielding, and I want to thank Mr. Foster for his continued interest in this very specific but very powerful tool that unlocks, well, frankly, unlocks us forgetting our passwords on everything, everywhere. And I think this is a priority for this committee because this unlocks our digital economic future and is the foundation stone of identity across society. And I think it's a very important issue that the gentleman from Illinois knows very well as my colleague from Arkansas. And I think this engagement is proper and right for our committee. I wholeheartedly agree with you, Mr. Foster, on this, and Ranking Member Waters on this, and we will prioritize it. That is my commitment, and you've heard the same commitment from the subcommittee chair. And I'm happy to yield back to the gentleman from Arkansas.
I thank the chair. In the time remaining, I yield back to the chair.
The amendment is withdrawn. Is there further debate on the plan and authorization and oversight plan? No further amendments? No further amendments, and we're happy to move.
Well, I do have a second amendment at the desk, if that's in order at this point.
Mr. Foster, clerk will distribute the amendment, if we will. We'll pause for that distribution.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Arkansas.
On Amendment 2 from Representative Foster, I would reserve a point of order.
Point of order reserved. Do all members have amendment? Clerk will report.
Amendment number 2, offered by Rep. Foster. On page 3, line 6.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm offering this amendment to suggest that the committee's oversight plan should include a focus on the federal debt limit and the impact of a possible federal default as part of our purview of the American economy. And whether or not you believe that it is a good idea to use the threat of a federal default as a negotiating tactic on budgetary matters, it's crucial that members on both sides of the aisle understand the implications of such a default, in the same way that we should understand the implications of global thermonuclear war, even though we don't believe that we consciously pursue policies that may make that more likely. My belief is that the federal debt limit itself has served no purpose, no useful purpose in modern politics, and has repeatedly caused deleterious effects to our economy every time Congress has even threatened to default. The threat of default has caused stock prices to fall, has increased many measures of volatility, and makes domestic and foreign investors perceive the United States as a riskier place to invest. Merely approaching a debt limit breach in 2011 caused a downgrade to the United States credit rating for the first time in our nation's history. And during that time, the 30-year conventional fixed-rate mortgage spread jumped by as much as 70 basis points, meaning that the payment on a typical $235,000 mortgage increased by roughly $100 a month. So the middle class of America suffered when this happened last time. The creditworthiness of U.S. Treasury securities has long bolstered demand for U.S. dollars, contributing to their value and status as the world's reserve currency. And any hit to the confidence in the U.S. economy, whether from default or the uncertainty surrounding it, could cause investors to sell U.S. Treasury bonds and thereby weaken the dollar. Over half of the world's currency reserves are held in U.S. dollars, so a sudden decrease in the currency's value would ripple through the markets throughout the world, and specifically for treasuries as the value of reserves drops. As heavily indebted low-income countries struggle to make interest payments on their sovereign debts, a weaker dollar could make debts denominated in other currencies relatively more expensive and threaten to tip some emerging economies into debt crises. An American default will likely kneecap capital formation and cripple small businesses across the country. Beth Ann Bovino, the chief economist, U.S. economist at Standard & Poor's, wrote that, quote, the impact of a default by the U.S. government on its debts would be worse than the collapse of Lehman Brothers in 2008, devastating markets and the economy. A United States default on our public debt would likely be globally catastrophic. And when a financial catastrophe takes place, the consequences of that are dealt with in this room by this committee. I know I was there, along with all members more senior than me on this committee. So this committee ought to appreciate these very real threats further. We should be prepared to know the full extents of the effects that a breach would have on the financial services industry and the broader economy. We should also examine how the existence of the federal debt limit has already harmed our economy. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky, the chair of the Financial Institutions Subcommittee.
Move to strike the last word.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
I appreciate the chairman, and I also appreciate my friend from Illinois, the gentleman's amendment and his proposal, and I look forward, as chairman of the Financial Institutions and Monetary Policy Subcommittee, working with Representative Foster in his capacity as the ranking member of that subcommittee. And I appreciate the gentleman's focus on protecting the full faith and credit of the United States, his suggestion. And I would just submit that in opposition to the amendment, respectful opposition to the amendment, that members on both sides of the aisle of this committee are very much appreciative of the risk of default. I would argue that members of this committee on both sides of the aisle are more sensitive to this issue than other colleagues in the Congress, because we deal with these matters regularly. But I would say that the reason why I would oppose the amendment, there's really two reasons. One is that the amendment is superfluous to the existing language in the oversight plan. And secondly, to the extent that it would be included, I would argue that it's under-inclusive in actually describing the problem. So first, why is it superfluous? If you look on page 1 of the plan, line 32, financial supervision, the plan reads, the committee will examine financial regulators' safety and soundness supervision of banking, et cetera, and to ensure that systemic risks or other structural weaknesses in the financial sector are defined, identified, and addressed promptly. This obviously would include the language that the gentleman is proposing, and it's subsumed by that. Systemic risk issues are in fact squarely within the jurisdiction of this committee and within the stated oversight plan of this committee. And I would point out that FSOC has worked on this, and perhaps FSOC should do more work on this, but that is, again, subsumed by the plan that we've already have. Secondly, to the extent you wanted to drill down and be more specific and add this language, I would argue that if you were to do that, it's under-inclusive in describing the actual problem. We all know we have to avoid default. We all know that we have to pay our bills and we don't want to risk a downgrade in our credit. But why are we approaching a debt limit? We're approaching a debt limit because of an overspending problem in Washington. We're approaching a debt limit because we haven't lived within our means. We're approaching a debt limit and we're risking the full faith and credit of the United States, not just because we're approaching a debt limit, but because Washington is unable to live within its means. And so to the extent there is a risk to the U.S. economy, to financial stability, to financial markets, to the full faith and credit of the United States, it's because we have failed to live within our means in Washington, D.C., and the description of the problem is not fulsome in that respect. So I appreciate the gentleman's proposal, but for these reasons, I oppose its inclusion in the oversight plan, and no doubt we will definitely have a focus in the FI subcommittee and in the committee in general on these systemic risk issues. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch, who's the Digital Asset Subcommittee ranking member, is recognized. Seeks recognition, recognized for 5 minutes.
I strike the last word. Yeah, I just want to rise in support of the gentleman's amendment. I think it's incredibly important, and I just want to point out that the language in the plan identifies systemic risk as financial systemic risk. So the gentleman's amendment goes beyond that, I think, and tries to look at the consequences of a default, of failing to meet our obligations. So that risk does not lie with the financial institutions that are covered by this committee. It's actually congressional risk, a risk of this body not doing its job in terms of paying for bills that have already been incurred. And importantly, I think the gentleman's, at least the text of his amendment, speaks to the consequences. What would actually happen along the way to all of these stakeholders that he has listed, from consumers, investors, retirees, military service members, small businesses, community, financial institutions, financial markets, financial stability, and the entire U.S. economy. So I think it's not superfluous. It looks at a different perspective of this, and I think what the gentleman is trying to do is just to make sure members are informed that even if they have a desire to put the country into default, at least they will have a knowledge and an awareness of what they're actually doing. We have a lot of new members here who might not know the consequences. We have some old members who probably don't know the consequences of actually pushing the country into default. And I think the gentleman's amendment is wise in terms of trying to make sure that each and every one of us, representing the almost 800,000 people that we each represent, the gentleman is trying to make sure by his amendment that everybody is fully informed of the consequences of their vote if they vote to put this country into default. So with that, I ask my colleagues to support the gentleman's amendment, and I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, does a gentleman from Arkansas withdraw his point of order?
I do withdraw my point of order.
All right, then the question occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment will say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no? No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Request the recorded vote.
Request for the recorded vote has been made. All those in favor of recorded vote, please raise their hand. Sufficient number having risen, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill? No. Mr. Hill votes nay. Mr. Lucas? Mr. Lucas? Mr. Sessions? Mr. Sessions votes nay. Mr. Posey? Mr. Posey votes no. Mr. Lukedemeyer? Mr. Lukemire votes no. Mr. Huizinga. Mr. Huizinga votes no. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner votes no. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes no. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Williams of Texas votes no. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer votes no. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes no. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes no. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson votes no. Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose votes no. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes no. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman votes no. Mr. Muser. Mr. Muser votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Garbarino votes no. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim votes no. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds votes no. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes no. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Lawler votes no. Mr. Nunn. Mr. Nunn votes no. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz votes no. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes no. Mr. Ogles. Mr. Ogles votes no. Ms. Waters. Ms. Waters votes yea. Ms. Velasquez. Ms. Velasquez votes yea. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman votes yea. Mr. Meeks. Yay. Mr. Meeks votes yea. Mr. Scott.
Yes.
Mr. Scott votes yea. Mr. Lynch.
Aye.
Mr. Lynch votes aye. Mr. Green.
Yay.
Mr. Green votes A. Mr. Cleaver. Aye. Mr. Cleaver votes aye. Mr. Himes. Aye. Mr. Himes votes aye. Mr. Foster.
Aye.
Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty.
Aye.
Mrs. Beatty votes aye. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes aye. Miss Presley. Miss Presley. Miss Presley votes aye. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford votes aye. Miss Talib. Miss Talib votes aye. Mr. Torres. Mr. Torres votes aye. Miss Garcia.
Aye.
Miss Garcia votes aye. Miss Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes aye.
Miss Williams of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Nickel. Mr. Nickel votes aye. Miss Pedersen. Miss Pedersen votes aye. Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair votes no. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Gottheimer.
Any members wish to change their vote are not recorded. The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 22 and the nays are 27.
A majority voting against the amendment is not agreed to. Is there further discussion on the authorization oversight plan?
An amendment at the desk, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Caston, amendment at the desk. We'll pause for the distribution of amendments.
Chairman,
Gentleman from Arkansas,
I'd like to reserve a point of order on Caston number 3, please.
point of order is reserved. All members have copies of the amendment. We'll still wait for that. Clerk will report.
An amendment offered by Mr. Caston.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we all know, the climate is changing faster than we'd like it to. Estimates have shown that if temperatures rise 4 degrees over the next 80 years, global economic losses could mount to $23 trillion. The last year, NOAA came out with a report saying that with a very high degree of confidence, sea levels on the Gulf Coast are going to be 2 feet higher by 2050. That means there are huge numbers of properties in the United States right now that are going to be underwater before their mortgages are paid off. That's the reality we're dealing with, but this is an accelerating trend. The expectation is 6 feet by 2100. The estimate is $900 billion of U.S. property loss. Mr. Chairman, you'd mentioned that a part of this package is to sharpen our elbows, if you will, for our jurisdiction. And I think what we understand on this committee, perhaps better than the other committees in this Congress, is that capital losses like that flow in a single direction, the equity from the first loss position on down the capital stock to the debt. And once the debt gets wiped out, we come under pressure to shift that loss onto the U.S. taxpayer. And that's the same whether it is a loss through a flood insurance program that comes through NFIP in this committee or wildfires that get a FEMA claim that's subject to the jurisdiction of a different committee. But all of these things affect our financial structure. These are serious systemic risks to our economy. As I mentioned on the last amendment, we already know, thanks to work done during the Trump administration, that the private sector is already identifying that risk and offloading it either onto less sophisticated players into the system or onto the U.S. taxpayer. Politico recently issued an article, which I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter the record, how climate change could spark the next home mortgage disaster.
Without objection.
This is real stuff. Now, all of that stuff, I think we talk about, maybe not enough, but we talk about it a lot. I would characterize those all as negative losses. Negative losses in the sense that wildfires, flooding is hitting, and by the way, it's not just hitting on the coast. There was a First Street Foundation analysis that said that 400,000 properties in West Virginia, not a place that we think of as coastal, are at risk of being severely flooded over the next 30 years. That's 33% of all the properties in the state of West Virginia. But in addition to those negative losses, we are already seeing what I would characterize, and I don't want to put any bad spin on this, I don't have a better word, positive losses. Positive losses in the sense that businesses are choosing to save energy. If you invest in insulation, if you invest in solar panels on your roof, you don't pay as much, your shareholders are happy, but now you're not buying as much energy, which means that other parts of our country where that energy is being produced are seeing a regional economic loss, even when we're seeing an overall net gain in the society. My friends from the Appalachian region will fully appreciate what's happened to those coal mining communities as we shifted from coal to natural gas to renewables. And because we know that sophisticated players are identifying that risk and getting out, we also know that there is a very real risk as that money moves around that it is going to be parked with the least sophisticated players in the system, because that's what happens. This feels a lot more like a risk of an S&L type crisis than a 2008 type crisis. And as a committee, we have an obligation to ensure that our financial regulators are monitoring those capital movements. As I mentioned in my last remarks, we have heard from FSOC that they don't even have the tools to do that yet, but they acknowledge that they're real. And I think we have an opportunity to really play a leadership position here. It is an issue that the Congress is not addressing. It is an issue which gets cross-jurisdictional very quickly. And I think we would be well served because it affects every one of our communities. These climate risks, the movements of capital are very bipartisan in the sense that they affect every part of this economy. And I think it's an opportunity for us to take a leadership role in this committee, and I hope we can support. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman for New York, Mr. Garbarino seeks recognition, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
I appreciate the gentleman's amendment and the issue that they're trying to address in the oversight plan. There are a lot of important issues he did bring up. I would just say that this plan does not include the Committee for Monitoring Capital Flows. This plan was drafted, as we've heard multiple times, to protect this committee's jurisdiction from other committees. That's why it was drafted so broadly. The subject of the amendment fits under both the SEC and asset manager subsections, which can be found on page 3 and 4 of our oversight plan. So to maintain maximum flexibility for this committee, I hope the gentleman will work with us going forward, because I do believe what he mentioned today, there are a lot of important issues. So if he could work with us going forward to ensure that these issues are addressed. But because of the broadness of this oversight plan, I urge a no vote on this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Ranking Member Waters seeks recognition, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I certainly asked to strike the last word, so I support this amendment led by Representative Caston. This amendment will ensure that as part of our committee's oversight plan, we will ensure we have strong oversight of our federal regulators and making sure they're looking at the flow of capital with respect to communities affected by natural disasters. In my home state of California, in 2022 alone, more than 7,000 active wildfires have burned more than 360,000 acres and destroyed over 700 structures. It is critically important that we understand how banks, insurance companies, and other critical market players are making decisions to deploy capital to these communities. So I would urge all members to support this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Missouri.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. Just make a few comments here. Those of you who have been on the committee quite a while know that I have talked about Cecil incessantly over the last few years.
Yes, we do.
So the younger members here, the newer members, there's a lot of story there, but bottom line is this particular amendment falls directly under Cecil, because what you're talking about here is the regulators are monitoring capital flows, the adjustments to capital that are done as a result of anticipating what's happening in your local economy. This is the very definition of what Cecil does. And it's been implemented now. The small banks have implemented it as of January 1 of this year. The big banks have already had it. And if you've been reading the papers, some of the big banks are not happy with Cecil because it's yo-yoing their dividends and their incomes back and forth because they have to adjust their economic modeling and change the reserves as a result of what they anticipate to happen. And so what this amendment is talking about here is exactly what the banks are having to do when they model for their Cecil compliance, is to look at everything that happens in their local economy, including economic activities, climate activities, natural weather activities if you live on the coast. All of these things have to be taken into consideration. So quite frankly, it's already done under Cecil. And that falls under, quite frankly, some of the Supervision Act provisions within the broader categories under financial institutions and consumer credit. So I would point to those things, again, to see where this actually falls in. But this is something that is already in the purview of our committee. It's already within the purview of the regulators. I think it's something we need to bring up, take a look at. I would love for everybody to, I'm going to have a bill that it puts FASB underneath the Administrative Procedures Act so we can get a handle on what these guys do so we don't have this Cecil problem again. But that's another story for another day. And I will, at that, I'll yield back my time, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
The committee has been assured that this will not be the last time Mr. Lukemeyer mentions Cecil. Gentleman yields back.
Mr. Chairman, Green of Texas.
Mr. Green?
Strike the last word. And
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Yield to Mr. Caston.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Just briefly to respond to the last point, number one, I appreciate your leadership on Cecil, and I'm glad we're continuing to push there. I do just want to clarify that Cecil affects the banking sector. It does not affect the non-banks. what we've seen in a lot of these capital movements is risks being moved, as I said, on down the capital stack. And maybe I spoke too quickly to say that it runs from the equity down to the debt to the taxpayer. There's insurance companies in between there, right? And in some cases, an exposure. Some of these things end up in FEMA and have coverage. Some of these things end up in the NFIP, which is not CECL. And I would remind the gentleman that when we had Mr. Shu here from the OCC or Mr. Powell from the Fed, they specifically said that they understand that within the wiring of the financial system, these movements are happening, but they don't have the tools to monitor. And one of the jokes we used to make back in my days in the private sector was you could always tell when there was a downturn coming in the energy industry, because you would see Goldman Sachs issuing Special Purpose Energy Opportunity Fund 4 as they moved their Dodd-Frank compliance capital into a private equity vehicle and an alternative asset class and parked the risk on whoever was the sucker, Ohio Firefighters Pension Fund, whoever bought into that, right? We know how the banks move that around in ways that may stay compliant with CECL, but move it into other non-regulated sources. So this is really a wiring of the financial system, the need to monitor it and to understand where that gets parked, which certainly CECL is additive to, but it's not wholly consistent with.
Will the gentleman
So
yield?
thank you.
Will the gentleman
I guess
yield?
if Mr. Green will yield, yes, I'll yield back to Mr. Green.
Mr. Green, yield.
The gentleman will yield.
Thank you. As the gentleman from Illinois realizes, CECL affects more than just banks. It's credit card companies, auto lending companies, across the board. Anybody who's in the financial services industry that is supposed to reserve for losses. Now, you make a good point with regards to the movement of other capital around. But I think, again, that falls within the categories we have here. But my point was CECL is the main entity that actually solves your problem that is under the supervision of one of the provisions of this oversight document. And I yield back. Thank you.
Reclaiming my time, does Mr. Caston desire to have additional comments?
No, I think we've talked this one to death. Yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I yield back and congratulate you on ascending to the chairmanship.
Well, thank you, and I thank my classmate.
Thank you.
Further debate? Does the gentleman from Arkansas withdraw his point of order?
Chairman, I do withdraw my point of order.
That's good. We're getting good at this. If not, the question occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
All those no, opposed no. And the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Gentleman asks for a recorded vote. Those in favor of a recorded vote, please raise their hands. Sufficient number having arisen, a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill? No. Mr. Hill votes no. Mr. Lucas? No. Mr. Lucas votes no. Mr. Sessions? Mr. Sessions votes no. Mr. Posey? Mr. Posey votes no. Mr. Lukemeyer? Mr. Lukemeyer votes no. Mr. Huizinga? Mr. Huizinga votes no. Mrs. Wagner? No. Mrs. Wagner votes no. Mr. Barr? Mr. Barr? Mr. Barr votes no. Mr. Williams of Texas? Mr. Williams of Texas votes no. Mr. Emmer? Mr. Emmer votes no. Mr. Loudermilk? Mr. Loudermilk votes no. Mr. Mooney? Mr. Mooney votes no. Mr. Davidson? Mr. Davidson votes no. Mr. Rose? Mr. Rose votes no. Mr. Stile? Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Timmons? Mr. Timmons votes no. Mr. Norman? Mr. Norman votes no. Mr. Muser? Mr. Muser votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Garbarino? Mr. Garbarino votes no. Mrs. Kim? Mrs. Kim votes no. Mr. Donalds? Mr. Donalds votes no. Mr. Flood? Mr. Flood votes no. Mr. Lawler? Mr. Lawler votes no. Mr. Nunn? Mr. Nunn votes no. Ms. De La Cruz? Ms. De La Cruz votes no. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin votes no. Mr. Ogles? Mr. Ogles votes no. Ms. Waters? Ms. Waters votes aye. Ms. Velasquez? Ms. Velasquez votes aye. Mr. Sherman? Aye. Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Scott.
Aye.
Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Lynch.
Aye.
Mr. Lynch votes aye. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver votes aye. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes votes aye. Mr. Foster.
Aye.
Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty.
Beatty votes aye.
Mrs. Beatty votes aye. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes aye. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford votes aye. Ms. Talib. Ms. Talib votes aye. Mr. Torres. Mr. Torres votes aye. Ms. Garcia.
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes aye.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Nickel. Mr. Nickel votes aye. Ms. Pedersen. Ms. Pedersen votes aye. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Gottheimer.
Is there any member who has not voted or wishes to change his or her vote? The clerk will record. The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 21 and the nays are 28.
A majority of members voting against the amendment is not agreed to. Is there further discussion of the authorization and oversight plan?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Ms. Williams, there's an amendment at the desk. We'll pause and distribute the amendments.
Mr. Chairman,
Gentleman from Arkansas,
I will reserve a point of order on this amendment.
point of order is reserved. Have all members received a copy of the amendment? If so, the clerk will report.
An amendment offered by Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As the representative of Atlanta, the city that has the largest racial wealth gap in the country, I know how important it is to ensure our financial system is expanding economic opportunity while
Gentlelady
also
will
protecting.
suspend. Members, we need to hear the debate here. Gentlelady may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As the representative of Atlanta, the city that has the largest racial wealth gap in the country, I know how important it is to ensure our financial system is expanding economic opportunity while also protecting consumers so that everyone can share in the promise of America. The oversight plan before us today lays out how the committee will examine regulatory burden on financial institutions, but it makes no mention of the burden consumers face when they're harmed by financial institutions. This amendment will improve the committee's oversight plan by making clear that we will not ignore financial institutions breaking the law and hurting our constituents. We must continue to conduct proper oversight of firms that harm consumers and ensure our consumer financial protection laws are working as intended. If the laws are not working, our committee must be prepared to consider ways to strengthen consumer protections, as well as examine how these laws are enforced. Thankfully, we have a robust Consumer Financial Protection Bureau that is once again a strong watchdog fighting to protect consumers. This committee should work to complement, not undermine, the CFPB's efforts by providing oversight of bad actors and work to strengthen consumer protections with respect to lending, credit reporting, debt collection, and so many other areas. This amendment clarifies a provision in the Oversight Plan that discusses oversight of regulators so that we're clear the purpose is to ensure financial institutions do not engage in any form of discrimination. I ask that members support this amendment to strengthen the work that we're doing here on this committee on behalf of our constituents, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Loudermilk, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Move to strike last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, I appreciate the gentlewoman from Georgia's amendment and the issue that they're trying to address in the oversight plan, but I'd just like to remind everyone that this oversight plan does not preclude the committee from working on consumer protection, including the prevention of discrimination. The plan was drafted to protect this committee's jurisdiction from other committees, not from each other, so it was drafted broadly. The subject of this amendment actually fits under the CFPB subsection of the document found on page 1. To maintain flexibility for this committee, I hope the gentlewoman will work with us going forward to ensure the issue is addressed appropriately. And I urge a no vote on this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Ranking member seeks recognition, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I support this amendment led by Representative Williams. This amendment will improve the committee's oversight plan by clarifying that this committee will actively look into the activities of financial institutions that repeatedly break the law and hurt consumers. Last Congress, I was pleased to see the CFPB Director Chopra follow this committee's lead by shedding a bright light on large firms' discriminatory and predatory practices, which are not only illegal but also harmful to consumers. I hope this committee will continue this critical oversight and work with regulators to ensure financial institutions do not engage in any form of discrimination. I urge members to support this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The ranking member yields back. For the recognition, Mr. Barr of Kentucky.
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, and I want to reassure or assure the gentlelady from Georgia that in the Financial Institutions and Monetary Policy Subcommittee, we will be exercising robust and very active oversight of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, the least accountable agency in the entire federal government in the coming term of the Congress. We will be looking at this very issue of the CFPB going beyond the UDAP authority that Congress has given it, engaging in regulation through enforcement, conflating anti-discrimination laws with unfairness, looking at the extent to which CFPB overreach is actually harming consumers because of taking financial services and products away from consumers. And our subcommittee will be focused mostly on making sure that consumers are protected by ensuring that there's competition and choice. The best consumer protection is competition and choice in financial services and products. So this amendment, while I'm sure well-intentioned, is not necessary, as the oversight plan specifically contemplates very robust oversight of the CFPB and its functions, and certainly the issues raised by the gentlelady will be a big part of the subcommittee's work, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further debate?
I yield the
Mr. Scott of Georgia.
right the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
I want to thank the young lady from Atlanta for putting this amendment forward. We have rampant predatory and discriminatory activity going. It's going big on the internet, and social media. They have all types of disguises. And if my Republican colleagues, with your comments, have said you want to do something about this, what is the harm in approving her amendment? If you all ever, each of you has said in your commentaries, and you realize that this exists, and it targets those in our communities who are not as sophisticated in grappling with the different messages that they are receiving on this right here. This right here, this social media, particularly when it deals with financial activity, is becoming sort of like the instrument that we designed to serve us. It's now the instrument that we're serving because of a lack of education, a lack of understanding. And those with the proper education are not being targeted. They're not. They're not falling to the attacks and the types of predatory lending that is going on. And if we truly believe that we want to move in a bipartisan direction, at least on this amendment, with the lady from Atlanta, Ms. Williams, let us give her an opportunity to participate in a bipartisan way. We can't do it without you. So I'm asking you to please accept the amendment from the lady from Atlanta, Ms. Williams. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion? Hearing no further. Gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Yes, sir. As an economist, I can attest to the importance of fair access to the marketplace. I direct the members to page 2, lines 16 through 33, where it talks about credit scores, access to financial services, discrimination, and diversity. Mr. Chairman, I yield the balance of my time to Chairman Barr.
I thank the gentleman from Tennessee for yielding, and I'll just once again reiterate that oversight of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau and its authorities will be a major priority of this subcommittee and the committee in general in this term of Congress. And we're going to make sure not only that the CFPB is properly enforcing the UDAP law, but also not exceeding the authorities that have been delegated to the Bureau. And I suspect that this committee will be responding to the U.S. Supreme Court's decision related to the unconstitutional funding mechanism of the Bureau. And so this committee will be poised to play a very important role in making sure that this is a constitutional and accountable agency in the enforcement of these consumer protection laws. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back to the gentleman from Tennessee. Does the gentleman from Tennessee yields back? Further discussion, further debate? Well, the question before us is the question that I'm not turning the page to. Does the gentleman from Arkansas withdraw his point of order?
I do indeed.
The question now occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no? No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote.
Gentlewoman asked for a recorded vote. Show of hands for those members that wish to have a recorded vote. A sufficient number have arisen. A recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill? No. Mr. Hill votes no. Mr. Lucas? No. Mr. Lucas votes no. Mr. Sessions? Mr. Sessions votes no. Mr. Posey? Mr. Posey votes no. Mr. Lukemeyer? Mr. Lukemeyer votes no. Mr. Huizinga? Mr. Huizinga votes no. Mrs. Wagner? Mrs. Wagner votes no. Mr. Barr? Mr. Barr votes no. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Williams of Texas votes no. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer votes no. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes no. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes no. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson votes no. Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose votes no. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes no. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman votes no. Mr. Muser. Mr. Muser votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Garbarino votes no. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim votes no. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds votes no. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes no. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Lawler votes no. Mr. Nunn. Mr. Nunn votes no. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz votes no. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes no. Mr. Ogles. Mr. Ogles votes no. Ms. Waters.
Yes.
Ms. Waters votes aye. Mrs. Velasquez. Aye. Mrs. Velasquez votes aye. Mr. Sherman. Aye. Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks.
Aye.
Mr. Meeks votes aye. Mr. Scott.
Aye.
Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Lynch.
Aye.
Mr. Lynch votes aye. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver votes aye. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes votes aye. Mr. Foster.
Aye.
Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty.
Beatty, aye.
Mrs. Beatty votes aye. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes aye. Miss Presley. Miss Presley votes aye. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford votes aye. Miss Talib. Miss Talib votes aye. Mr. Torres. Mr. Torres votes aye. Miss Garcia.
Yes.
Miss Garcia votes aye. Miss Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes yes.
Miss Williams of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Nickel. Mr. Nickel votes aye. Miss Pedersen. Miss Pedersen votes aye. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Gottheimer. Aye. Mr. Gottheimer votes aye.
Have all members voted? Any member wish to change his or her vote? If not, the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 23 and the nays are 28.
A majority of members having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. Is there further discussion on the authorization oversight plan? Does the ranking member seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
We'll pause and distribute the amendments. Gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order on the amendment.
Point of order is reserved. Do all members have a copy of the amendment? Clerk will report.
Amendment number 4, offered by Rep. Waters. On page
Without objection, The amendment will be considered as read. The ranking member is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This is a straightforward amendment to clarify in the committee's oversight plan that we will continue our past bipartisan work to support community development financial institutions, or CDFIs, or they are known, and minority depository institutions, or MDIs. CDFIs and MDIs are community financial institutions that have the primary mission of meeting the financial services and community development needs of consumers and small businesses in underserved communities across the country. These community financial institutions have long been the lifelines for so many of our communities, and that includes both urban and rural communities who have long been underserved by traditional financial institutions. After the onset of the pandemic in 2020, I worked with former Small Business Committee Chairwoman Velasquez to secure $60 billion in PPP loans for community financial institutions, including CDFIs and MDIs, to deploy to small businesses who missed out in the first round. I also had a number of conversations with former Treasury Secretary Mnuchin and worked with him to ensure CDFIs and MDIs would fully participate in the PPP. I also worked in a bipartisan manner with Chairman McHenry, along with our Republican and Democratic counterparts in the Senate, to work out a compromise that would provide $12 billion in critically needed capital investments and grants to support CDFIs and MDIs and the communities they serve. There are other reforms offered by myself and other committee members to support CDFIs and MDIs that we passed in a bipartisan basis through the House, but the Senate has not acted on yet, including reforms to help address technology challenges, as well as a new program to help provide startup capital to young entrepreneurs. So there is more work to be done. So building on the bipartisan work this committee has done to support CDFIs and MDIs, I'm offering this amendment as I believe there is more we can do together to support these mission-driven community financial institutions so they can continue serving our communities. I ask members to support my amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The ranking member yields back. The gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, seeks recognition and is recognized for 5 minutes.
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
I appreciate the gentlewoman's amendment and the issue she is trying to address in the oversight plan. I would just say that this plan does not preclude the committee from working on all community financial institutions that provide affordable financial products and services to consumers and small businesses across the country. The plan was drafted to protect this committee's jurisdiction from other committees, not to prioritize issues among committee members or frame debate on the committee. So the plan was intentionally drafted broadly. The subject of the amendment fits under the CDFI Fund and Community Financial Institutions subsections of the document found on page 2. To maintain maximum flexibility for this committee, I hope the gentlewoman will work with us going forward to ensure that this issue is fully addressed. And I might mention that I'm working on a bill in light of recent issues surrounding the recertification of CDFIs to require the CDFI director to regularly appear before this committee. I urge a no vote on this amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the gentleman yields back. Gentlewoman from Ohio, Mrs. Beatty, is recognized for 5 minutes. I'm sorry, I'm getting late in the day here. I'm still learning
You're
the
doing
ropes.
fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
First of all, let me just say thank you, and thank you for my colleagues' comments. I want to say that I am proud that I've had the opportunity to work with Congresswoman Waters to promote CDFIs and MDIs, which are absolutely critical to providing access to financial services to low to middle to moderate income communities, underserved, underbanked communities. And also, under her leadership, we accomplished several key provisions. A $60 billion set aside in PPP and $12 million in capital advancements to grants to CDFIs and MDIs. And if you look at where those dollars were allocated, members on both sides of the aisle were recipients of that. So I'm glad to hear my colleagues work that words to say protection. And I think that's exactly what Congresswoman Waters and I are saying in clear words. We want to make sure that it is protected, as you said. And so with that, it's important for us to also access to the financial system is a key that opens the door of economic opportunities in this country, and especially in many rural communities, urban communities, and inner city. These institutions do important work in providing affordable and reasonable banking services to those who need it most in need. I know this firsthand because I am so honored. Right in the heart of my district, we are going to open in less than 2 weeks or so in Columbus, Ohio, my hometown, an MDI that is owned by Black Americans called Adelphi Bank. And with the significant decline in the number of MDIs and credit unions since the 2008 financial crisis, this committee's historic investment in MDIs and CDFIs will be critical. To my colleagues, as you know, MDIs, there are only 100 and some, 19 which are African American owned, but they are Asian American owned MDIs. So it is very important for us, I believe, to also be educated, because so often people will hear MDIs and not understand the diversity of what they do and the value and the importance of us making sure that we support this amendment. And with that, I yield back.
Ms. Beatty yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Scott of Georgia is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, Mr. Chairman, I yield to you to at least let us have at least one amendment. Now,
This would be it.
we have sat here, we've been faithful, and these are not disturbing amendments. Every one of these amendments, both of us, both sides, this one, I believe, fits both sides. It's urban and rural. Now, I'm sort of in the middle. I represent 6 counties in Georgia, and 4 of them rural, and 2 of them pretty much urban. All this amendment is doing is just asking you all, who are in the leadership, you're the majority, to just support, say yes, that you support community development, financial.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Given the record amount of money that the last Congress provided CDFIs and MDIs, that certainly will be a part of our plan. But rather than put that in the oversight plan from Republicans, I didn't think that would be viewed as favorably from my Democrat colleagues. But I look forward to working with my colleagues to make sure that CDFIs and MDIs are prioritized, absolutely. As far as the amendment, the dangerous thing on this committee is when I look down the road to my right, I see 3 former chairs of other committees.
Yes.
And then I will look to my left, and I get the same level of reassurance of 2 former chairs, Mr. Lucas, Mr. Sessions. I get no comfort out of this because I don't want to yield to any of you. Because you have experience sitting in this chair. Then I look at Chairwoman Waters, ranking member, God bless. Ranking Woman Waters. Oh, God.
I'm gonna vote on one of
Don't get me in trouble like that. That's not good. All right. And look at Ranking Member Waters, who sat in this chair for 4 years. I'm like, this does not feel good. And so then you ask me to yield so nicely, so sweetly, and I want to say yes, and I can't say yes, so I yield back.
I will just simply whisper yes for you. All I'm asking for is we have been here now since,
It's okay.
what, 12 o'clock? 1 o'clock. We've been faithful. We have gone, we voted. All I'm asking for is a show, a sign of bipartisanship. This is a bill that you've just said you support and agree in. Give us
Well, the
a
gentleman
feeling
yield,
of-
perhaps I could choose a bipartisan vote. Final passage. Yield back.
All right. God bless you, my friend, and thank you.
Further discussion or debate?
Mr. Chairman,
Gentleman from Arkansas.
he has run the good race, he's kept the faith, he's struck a no-hitter, and I ask to remove the point of order.
I thank the gentleman. The question occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Well,
Recorded vote
let's
is
ask for a
requested. All those in
recorded
favor
vote.
of a recorded vote will please
There
raise
may
your
be
hands.
some of
I see all the hands that are currently not raised. A sufficient number of having arisen. A recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill? No. Mr. Hill votes no. Mr. Lucas? Mr. Lucas votes no. Mr. Sessions? Mr. Sessions votes no. Mr. Posey? Mr. Posey votes no. Mr. Lukemeyer? Mr. Lukemeyer votes no. Mr. Huizinga? Mr. Huizinga votes no. Mrs. Wagner? Mrs. Wagner votes no. Mr. Barr? Mr. Barr votes no. Mr. Williams of Texas? Mr. Williams of Texas votes no. Mr. Emmer? Mr. Emmer? Mr. Loudermilk? Mr. Loudermilk votes no. Mr. Mooney? Mr. Mooney? Mr. Davidson? Mr. Mooney votes no. Mr. Davidson votes no. Mr. Rose? Mr. Rose votes no. Mr. Stile? Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Timmons? Mr. Timmons votes no. Mr. Norman? Mr. Norman votes no. Mr. Muser? Mr. Muser votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Garbarino? Mr. Garbarino? Mrs. Kim? Mrs. Kim votes no. Mr. Donalds? Mr. Donalds votes no. Mr. Flood? Mr. Flood votes no. Mr. Lawler? Mr. Lawler votes no. Mr. Nunn? Mr. Nunn votes no. Ms. De La Cruz? Ms. De La Cruz votes no. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin votes no. Mr. Ogles? Mr. Ogles votes no. Ms. Waters? Ms. Waters votes aye. Mrs. Velasquez? Mrs. Velasquez votes aye. Mr. Sherman? Aye. Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks?
Aye.
Mr. Meeks votes aye. Mr. Scott?
Aye.
Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Lynch? Mr. Lynch votes aye. Mr. Green? Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Cleaver? Aye. Mr. Cleaver votes aye. Mr. Himes? Aye. Mr. Himes votes aye. Mr. Foster?
Aye.
Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty? Mrs. Beatty votes aye. Mr. Vargas? Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer?
Aye.
Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Caston? Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley? Ms. Presley votes aye. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford? Ms. Talib? Ms. Talib votes aye. Mr. Torres? Mr. Torres votes aye. Ms. Garcia?
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Williams of Georgia?
Williams of Georgia votes aye.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Nickel? Mr. Nickel votes aye. Ms. Pedersen? Ms. Pedersen votes aye. Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman votes no. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Garbarino votes no. Mr. Horsford.
Does any member wish to change his or her vote? Any member not recorded? If not, the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 22 and the nays are 27.
A majority of members voted against the amendment. The amendment is not agreed to. Is there further discussion on the authorization and oversight plan?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The ranking member has a member at the,
Mr. Chairman,
the ranking member has an amendment at the desk, and we'll pause for the distribution of the amendments.
do they have it?
No, I don't have it yet.
This is the Karen. This is the Karen Rubin.
The clerk will report.
Amendment number 5, offered by Rep. Waters.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read. I recognize the ranking.
Mr. Chairman,
Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
reserve a point of order, please.
Point of order is reserved. The ranking member is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Chairman. After conferring with you, Mr. Chairman, and your staff regarding this issue, I'm prepared to withdraw this amendment based on your commitment to work with me to understand the impacts of and identify the solutions to de-risking. The chairman has continued this committee's commitment to tackling the curtailment of financial success for certain types of customers. And I'm pleased that you agree that it is a serious enough issue that it deserves to continue on its own category in the committee's oversight plan. As we learned at the September 14, 2022 full committee hearing on de-risking in the Caribbean, whole nations, their people, and their businesses are being excluded from the banking system. Financial access, including correspondent banking, is key to a nation's stability, but our neighbor island nations whose economies rely on cross-border transactions are being denied this path to prosperity and resiliency. This is especially important as we consider strategic competition with China and to counter China's Belt and Road Initiative. It is essential that we address this de-risking so our international partners on push towards alternatives from China. We should not cede our leadership in this region, and oversight related to domestic and international de-risking concerns will help us to remain strong. Again, for these reasons, I withdraw my amendment and I yield back my time.
Gentlelady yields back her time and has withdrawn her amendment. All right. Further discussion, further debate on the authorization oversight plan. The ranking member is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, after
I'm sorry, we have an
the
amendment at the
amendment
desk.
is at the desk.
Is there an indication of how close we are on amendment?
Yes, we're very close.
Very close. Tantalizingly close for members who have evening plans. It sounds like the chair of the Capital Markets Subcommittee is offering to buy dinner.
Who's doing that?
That'll be Ann Wagner. Everybody mark that down. Make sure you get her number.
With the pay you have, nobody can afford to buy it.
Clerk will report.
Amendment number 2 offered by Rep. Waters.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. My colleague from South Carolina will stand perfectly in front of me. Let me just get through this, Ralph. Sorry. Troublemakers, right? Troublemakers. I think we made a strategic error in putting you two right here at the aisle together. The ranking member is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I told you we were close. This is our last amendment. So, Mr. Chairman, after discussions with you and your staff, I'm prepared to withdraw this amendment with the understanding that we will work together, this Congress, on legislation to protect the citizenship rights of Native American freedmen under relevant 1866 treaties. As long as housing and community development resources are provided to the Cherokee, the Muskogee Creek, the Choctaw, the Chickasaw, and the Seminole nations under our jurisdiction through NAHASDA, we must ensure that freedmen and their descendants have equal access to the benefits of those tribal resources in a way that is free from discrimination and disenfranchisement. So I appreciate your willingness to work with me on this issue, and I've been fighting on it for years, and I hope our collaboration will result in justice for the freedmen once and for all.
If my colleague will yield, I appreciate the ranking member for bringing up this issue that I know has been very important to her over the years, and she prioritized very keenly in her chairmanship. The freedmen issue has been out there for a long time and was touched upon during the hearing that we had last Congress on Native American housing issues. I think it certainly deserves a discussion and debate and getting to a good resolution that's acceptable to all interested parties as we move forward. So I thank the ranking member for offering the amendment, for raising the issue, and also for withdrawing the amendment.
Thank you very much.
And the amendment is withdrawn. Is there further discussion or debate? If not, without objection, the previous question is ordered. The question now occurs on adopting the Authorization and Oversight Plan for the 118th Congress. All those in favor of the Authorization and Oversight Plan say aye. Aye. All those opposed? In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the plan is agreed to. The plan is agreed to. And with that,
Request a recorded vote. You paused too long.
all those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hands.
Yes.
Let's count the hands. Okay. A sufficient number of hands having arisen, a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk, my colleagues, if you'll exit quietly after you vote, I wish you a good evening and look forward to your feedback on real-time voting in the committee. I would also counsel my colleagues, in the 3 hours that you have back tomorrow morning, think of this. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill. Mr. Hill votes aye. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Lucas votes aye. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Sessions votes aye. Mr. Posey. Mr. Posey votes aye. Mr. Lukedemeyer. Mr. Lukedemeyer votes aye. Mr. Huizinga. Mr. Huizinga votes aye. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner votes aye. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes aye. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Williams of Texas votes aye. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer.
Clerk will continue the roll.
Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes aye. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes aye. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson votes aye. Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose votes aye. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile votes aye. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman votes aye. Mr. Muser. Mr. Muser votes aye. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Garbarino votes aye. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim votes aye. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds votes aye. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes aye. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Lawler votes aye. Mr. Nunn. Mr. Nunn votes aye. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Ogles. Mr. Ogles votes aye. Ms. Waters. Ms. Waters votes no. Mrs. Velasquez. Mrs. Velasquez votes no. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman votes no. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Meeks votes no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes no. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver votes no. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes votes no. Mr. Foster. Mr. Foster votes no. Mrs. Beatty.
Beatty votes no.
Mrs. Beatty votes no. Mrs. Vargas. Mr. Vargas. Votes no. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes no. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes no. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes no. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford votes no. Ms. Talib. Ms. Talib votes no. Mr. Torres. Mr. Torres votes no. Ms. Garcia.
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes no. Mr. Nickel.
Nope.
Mr. Nickel votes no. Ms. Pedersen. Ms. Pedersen votes. Ms. Pedersen votes no. Mr. Chair.
Aye.
Mr. Chair votes aye. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Fitzgerald.
Any member wishing to change his or her vote? If not, the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 27 and the nays are 23.
A majority of members having voted to agree to the Authorization and Oversight Plan for the 118th Congress, the plan is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The staff is authorized to make necessary technical and conforming changes to the plan considered today. Finally, as most of you know, the practice of our subcommittees has been to permit any member of the full committee to sit in on hearings and ask questions of witnesses, even when the member is not a member of the subcommittee. We've done it in various ways. For example, starting the 109th Congress, the chairman made a blanket unanimous consent request at the beginning of the Congress to make the subcommittees more efficient. The UC request today will not address the question of opening statements, which will still be subject to individual UC requests, but only to the questioning of witnesses. This reflects the routine committee practice. Therefore, without objection, any member of the full committee who does not sit on a particular subcommittee may be recognized by the chair of that subcommittee to question witnesses under the 5-minute rule, so long as all members of the subcommittee who are present have already been recognized for that round of questioning. Is there objection, other than to my mangling of words? Without objection, so ordered. The chair thanks the members and for their indulgence today and for the spirited and healthy debate we've had. Without objection, the staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes to all matters approved by the committee today. If there is no further business to come before the committee stands adjourned. And thank you to the staff.